bit more information about that. We talked about trade and compliance concerns as it relates to US-Africa investment. And we also talked about diaspora engagement, which I think is especially important. We have a good representation of different parts of the Black diaspora here today. Again, we are in different parts of the world, but we are each other's brothers and sisters. There's power in numbers, and we're here to support each other and lift each other up. So with that, I'm very excited for another day of exciting sessions. And to start off, we're going to have welcome remarks from our Executive Director, Mr. Benga Omotayo. So can we have a round of applause for him, please?
Can you please help me appreciate Nina one more time? Awesome. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, we're still morning. 6 more minutes to go. Can you appreciate yourself for making it there today, please? I mean, there's no better place to spend your Saturday, right, than to be in the midst of greatness. Great people, great synergy, great energy, purpose, and laser focused. I mean, Africa is emerging now. I mean, Africa has always been emerging, and trade and investment is one of the platforms. Actually, the most important platform to help rewrite the history and the story of African people. And so it gives me a joy to be here today with people who are committed to the vision and the prosperity of the continent of Africa. For many years, for many decades, our stories has been written not by us, but Africa is still emerging. And so for us here at the USAfrica Trade and Business Network, we remain committed to facilitating trade and investment for the people of Africa and for the United States as well. It's a bilateral journey for us. We're not only focused on Africa, we're also focusing on the diaspora. And I keep saying this, CNN said, and I believe it, so I keep quoting CNN, that Africa, diaspora, is the secret weapon that Africa has and hasn't been leveraged. Because we have the knowledge, the know-how, we have the expertise, we're here. And we need to tap into that, both the historical diasporan and the continental diaspora. We are all one. And it's time for us to do that. So for me, a guy who came from Africa a couple of years ago and naturalized into a citizen of the United States, I owe it a duty to my country here and to my home country in Africa to do all I can. When our people come as immigrants, it's all about we need to get a good job and survive so we can take care of the family. And while we're doing that, our resources are being harnessed by people and being repackaged and given back to us. And here we are as diasporan. Your all executives are Walmart, retail company, wholesale company, legal experts. You're all over the place. You have all the tools in your hand to actually help harness this product and take away the middleman, the people who take away the profit. They take the chunk of the profit because they're in the middle facilitating this. So we remain committed to ensuring that our products are seen, our stories are heard. And so since 2019, we started this journey in that we need to help our African entrepreneurs, the farmers, the manufacturers, to bring product to the States. And it's important because these women, mostly women, and that's why we're doing this today, because typically our event will be in September. But we chose this month, this weekend, to emphasize that we remain committed to African women, their prosperity. Even in the US. Thank you, sir. Even in the United States, women are more into business than men. Is that true or not? Yeah, so it's all about the women. They drive the economy. And so for us, we remain passionate about that. Our journey started in 2019. We had successful events since 2019. Even during COVID, we remained committed to the vision. And last year, September, we had a great event at the UN Millennium Hilton Hotel. We had the mayor of New York was there, and he reaffirmed his commitment to us as a people. But he's not going to do the job for us. We have to step up and show. And he said, listen, you have someone like you here now. Tomorrow I may not be there. You have to come together and have clarity of vision and do what you have to do. So you have to support the vision and continue to channel resources of time, of your expertise, and help us to make this happen, because someone has to do the job. Someone has to make it happen. And so this weekend is very important. In September, we had always had the challenge of getting our product to market. So African product comes to the US. Now we need to get it into mainstream retail mall. Some are there, online, but you would hardly go to a Costco or a Walmart store and you would see those products there. And there's no reason why they shouldn't be there. Because we're doing all we can from their level. Like I have some of our guests here from Africa. They have done the due diligence to make sure this product meets all standards. And we as an organization will remain committed to ensuring that those products also passes through the US regulations from FDA, from USDA, and other compliance agency. And in fact, one of our sessions today is going to be talking a whole lot about compliance. So while we continue to do that, we need to get the product to those locations and those retail malls. And so one of the things we've done is this. And so it's very important that people understand what this is all about. The incubation, which we will talk about shortly. But I just want to say that I'm really glad to have you all. It's a great pleasure for me. Like Nina has said, yesterday was awesome. Can we appreciate those who were here yesterday? Oh, it was great. We started at 8 o'clock. I mean, we were here since 8, and no single person left until 5 p.m. Every single person that came stayed back. We were worried that, we were running behind time. I was telling our host to, let's make this happen, but people didn't want to go. Thanks to our greats, I see Ken, great job. I see all the great work that was done yesterday. So I just want to thank you all. I'm going to be out of your way, so I want Nina to do our job. But again, I just want to thank you for all of you that are here today. And I'll be back to tell you a little bit more. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you. So another round for Benga and a round for yourselves as well. Thank you so much for attending. To Benga's point, as a Cameroonian woman, it really fills me with a lot of joy to see a lot of brothers and sisters who are supporting the movement and who are supporting the cause, and I'm excited for a very exciting sessions today. So as Benga mentioned, we're going to have a panel on compliance. So the first panel discussion is on cross-border trade and export and import compliance concerns. So I'm going to introduce the moderator and we will start off with our first session. So to introduce our moderator, I have Busi Matsiko Andan, who is a global strategist at Point Global and the executive director of the Africa Future Summit. So please join the stage. Thank you. And next, I have Ralph Charles, who's a customs expert and an advisory member at the U.S. Trade and Business Network. Next, I have Rotimi Nyemi, who is the founder and Okay, and next I have Fritz Earl McLyman, Managing Partner at McLyman, Kunda and Company. And last but not least, I have Ken Baer, Customs Broker and International Trade Lawyer.
Sorry, I just want to quickly say that while I was speaking, we had one of our special guests here today. And so we have to give honor to whom honor is due, those who pressures on their time. And when they take time to show up, we have to appreciate that. So I want you to please warmly, with appreciation, welcome Senator Gordon Johnson, a New Jersey State Senator, for being here today. Thank you, sir, for making the time out to be with us. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming.
Thank you again to all our distinguished guests.
Thank you so much, Nina. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I would like to welcome my fellow panelists to this panel as we explore the cross-border trade exports, import, and compliance concerns. So right next to me, we have Mr. Ralph Charles, who is an expert when it comes to mediation with regards to trade relations. And he's also, I'll give him a chance to introduce himself. You know, I'll give them at least 2 minutes to introduce themselves in a way that can do justice and introduce them to the audience. I prefer it that way. And he's also an advisory board member to the USAfrica Trade and Business Network. Then we have Dr. Rotimi, right? Who, his connection with me is kind of like, he also has a fashion background in some way, though he's a supply chain expert and been importing stuff from Africa. He's the largest importer of African beer to the United States. And then we have Mr. Fritz. Mr. Fritz, he has been in this trade, he's an international trade and business development expert, and he's been in this industry for about 45 years in Africa and the Caribbean, as well as the United States. And he has been behind also establishing of the Minority Business Council, which is about 50 years old, and it's still running. So that's the type of greatness we're also dealing with. And then we have Mr. Ken Baer, who is a trade, a U.S. border, he's a trade lawyer, and he's very conversant with customs as well as regulatory stuff. And he's been involved with a broker, customs brokerage and that kind of thing. Welcome, everyone, and I'll give them at least 2 minutes to give introduction of themselves. Thank you, and I'll start with Mr. Ralph Charles.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, and I'll just try to keep it as brief as possible. I am an expert in mediation and sort of dispute resolution. I do have a background in customs, former customs broker going back to the early 90s. So I've been in it. And one of the other things that I do is, of course, travel to different countries dealing with corporations and governments, large and small. And of course, I'm also a director of planning and development for U.S. Africa Trade and Business. And, you know, in having discussions with Benga, the idea here is how can we do this kind of programming to really help our people out? And trade is the #1 route to help develop any nation or any location. And I'll have more to say a little bit later.
Hi, my name is Rotimi Akiyemijo, and I started out in fashion. My core competence is in global supply chain. About 4 or 5 years ago, I started a company called Intisop, which stands for Integrated Supply Chain. And what we do at Intisop is help companies from Africa who are trying to get into the US. So we help them with the regulatory requirements in the exporting country, and then we help them in the US as well. And we're also the largest importer of African beer. So right now we import from Nigeria, from Ghana, from DRC, and from Cameroon. We also import yam from Ghana. So one of the things that I do, that I've spent a lot of my time on over the last year or two, is actually helping the entrepreneurs in Africa who are trying to get into the US, to get their product into the US and into the UK. And interestingly, I had a contract to supply a container of Gary from Nigeria. And I was walking around and I saw a stand in here that actually has that product. We're yet to work out the details, but we just struck the deal this morning.
Awesome.
So that's what I do. What I've found, again, what I'm passionate about, what we do, is I've found that the challenges across Africa are the same, whether or not you're talking about Nigeria, Cameroon, or the Congo. And I'm trying to do everything I can to help make sure that we can get African products into the West, not just the US, Australia, the United Kingdom, Canada, and some other countries.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rotimi, and we look forward to hearing more about what you do.
Hello, thank you very much. I'm Fritz McClymont, and one of the advantages of being around for a long time is that you see it and you hear it all. But today I was particularly pleased when I walked into the room next door. I saw a very well-packaged brand of Moringa products. And then I walked further down. I saw a young man with chemical products. And there was a flashback for me. I started my entrepreneurial career a long time ago, over 50 years ago, to test my age. But one of the things I remembered from the chemical product was a feature in the Wall Street Journal that began, and some words you never forget. It said, and I quote, "Consider the temerity of a 31-year-old black Jamaican who walked into an investment banking firm on Wall Street, received $100,000 to go into the chemical industry." Never forgot it. I was that 31-year-old black Jamaican who dared to do that. Thank you. Today, I saw a young African doing the same identical products and telling me, "I'm going to Angola to do that." That made me feel good because I understand what is possible. From that beginning, I was able to at least consider. I was asked to look at building a fertilizer factory in Nigeria because of my position in the chemical industry. This was back in the early 1970s. I saw this week that the government of Uganda is setting up a nuclear facility for energy. So being here today makes me feel good because I know out here there are a lot of young people continuing that tradition that started many years ago. But I'll talk more about Africa and Africa trade. That's what we're here to talk about, cross-border.
Yes.
But I'll just say I've seen a lot and I'm here to share a lot. I'm committed to sharing because I'm a Garveyite, okay? And I'm committed to Africa, so that's it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fritz. We look forward to hearing more about what you have to share. And Mr. Canberra?
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to introduce myself. To many of you, I'm reintroducing myself. My name is Martin. I go by the name of Ken Bear. What I do, I'm an international trade attorney. I've spent a lot of time here in Newark. I went to school here, undergraduate. I went to law school here. And I've spent a lot of time at the port, excuse me, both in Hudson County, where I'm originally from, and I've spent a lot of time in Newark, and right now I'm with a company in Hillside, New Jersey. I'm also, my background is law enforcement. I spent many years with customs at all kinds of ports of entry, land ports of entry, airports, ocean. As a matter of fact, I was customs here, I was in Newark, I was ocean. I've also been part of the export control branch. When I was with customs, I started out in a uniform division with a badge and a gun, did immigration work. And then later on, I became an import specialist. And I was a member of the alcohol team with customs and food. I used to help a lot of people bring in liquor and beer and wine from all over the world. And it's an honor to know that you bring in beer. I was also on the food team with customs for quite a while. In addition to that, automobile parts. Other things I've done, I seem to have a attention deficit disorder when it comes to my career, but it all comes together. I was a special agent with the Department of Defense here in Newark. I used to do security background clearances, and I'm also a former prosecutor, state of New Jersey, and I spent a lot of time in Hudson County. And right now, I take what I've learned to keep people safe, and I'm involved right now in keeping importers and exporters safe. I set up import compliance programs, export, and I spent a lot of time with people bringing in products from Africa. And right now I'm an executive with a company that's right nearby, JF Global Logistics, and we can help you if you have product. We can do the customs brokerage clearance for you. We can warehouse the goods. We have trucking. We have international transportation. We have all these things in packaging and more. So it's really everything under one roof. And our emphasis has been for quite a while Africa. And if we bring in many different types of shipments, a lot of them coming out of West Africa, a lot of agricultural products. And if you're interested in importing, remember it can be done. Other people have done it, and therefore you can do it. And I'm here to help you. Everybody up here is more than willing to help you. And there are things that can be done, and you can educate yourself. I can point to you free sources of information. And remember that if you're going to be importing goods into the United States, you don't need a license. You have to know what you're bringing in, but it's pretty easy to get set up. And the same thing with exporting. A lot of products be exported here from the U.S., and it'd be nice to put together something where you're importing from Africa and perhaps exporting it as well. Now, I know most times when people sit on a stage, they don't want to talk about importing. That's really what I like to do a lot. I can help you with exporting as well, but importing right now, especially from Africa, very dear to my heart. So if you have any questions, any way I can help you, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ken. I mean, I'm glad that we're having this type of discourse because many a time it can be very technical and not tailored towards the layperson. And would like to make this as palatable to the audience as possible. So as we talk about the cross-border trade, export and import compliance concerns, I think it's important that we start on what does the FDA do, as well as what does customs do? I think could you please start us with that, so that the average person and I'm not trying to. Everybody is is an expert in their different areas, but we want to make it as appealing to a person who might want to start from one place, stage 1 to stage B. So please assist us with that.
All right, the question is, what is customs? Customs is part of the Department of Homeland Security. It's one of 22 agencies. Customs used to be with the Treasury Department, and then after 9/11, the world changed, and now we have U.S. Customs, and it's called Border Protection. Customs does a lot of things. It's a policeman, it's a prosecutor, and it's also a judge. It looks at goods coming into the country, and it looks at goods going out. Now, there are a number of import agencies that are involved with importations. One of them was mentioned, the FDA. If there's anything you can put on your skin, anything you can drink, anything you can smoke or eat, it's going to be the FDA. FDA has jurisdiction over about 65% of all the imported goods that come into the United States. Customs, of course, can look at anything coming across the border. And you have to remember that there really is no constitution at the border. And the officers don't need warrants in order to look at things. And they do conduct cargo examinations. When you come into the airport, what you're really doing is making a declaration. You're declaring yourself, but you're also declaring whatever you may have on you. Maybe you have foods on you. You have to tell the officer about that. Most foods can come in, but you have to acknowledge, you have to at least let the officer know about that. And if you happen to be fortunate enough that you have more than $10,000 on you, you have to declare that too, and just fill out a form. But Customs right now also does immigration work. It's the largest federal law enforcement agency. There's about 64,000 people on board with Customs right now, and they operate at 328 ports of entry and exit. So they're everywhere. They're the men and women you see in blue when you come into the airport. Now, they do more than open up luggage, valises and what have you. They also check out cargo, and they spend a lot of their time doing that. And they want to make sure that the goods that come into the United States comply with U.S. laws and regulations. And there is a way to find out about this stuff. At one time, it was very difficult to find out about customs laws and regulations. And I remember that. That's when I first started with Customs. But I mentioned the other day, some of you may want to go to a website, and you can find out a lot of information. And that website is the Customs website, www.cbp.gov. And there's all kinds of guides there. They're called informed compliance publications. And they're meant for people who've never imported before. And they're also designed for people who have imported before. And they're a great help. You can also go to the FDA website. But if you're going to be importing goods into the United States, you need answers to certain questions, but you got to know what questions to ask. And therefore, you're going to need the assistance of what's known as a licensed U.S. customs broker. And the customs broker transmits information to the U.S. government. And the U.S. government will make certain determinations based upon the information that you provide. And it can be different types of examinations done by the officers. And I can talk more about this before, but just remember that if other people have imported, you can also import. You have to know about certain documents. I mentioned international commercial terms. You have to know something about that. And then you have to know basically how the process works. But it's all doable, and you don't need a license. Some of the items you bring into the country may need a permit, but you can find out about that long before you bring these items in. And Customs can also provide you with some help. You can go to Customs and ask for what's known as a binding ruling. And you will present to Customs the goods. You're going to tell Customs about the goods that you want to bring into the country, goods that you've never brought in before, and they can help you. They will give you a commodity number. They will tell you what the rate of duty is. And then the number one problem for importers is, as I mentioned yesterday, marking. You have all kinds of marking requirements. CBP has marking requirements. So does the FDA. So does the USDA. But all this stuff is discoverable. It doesn't have to be a mystery. And your licensed customs broker can help you. All right?
Thank you so much. Yes, it seems like Mr. Rotimi has something to say.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'd like to jump in. Excellent presentation on customs. Regulations are important. Understanding the industry, and I'm going to address two sectors primarily, or most of my references will be the two sectors, agriculture, food and agriculture.
And I tried, just sorry to interject, just I give you about 1 minute to, so
1
that we
minute,
can go to
okay.
the, yes, next.
Food and agriculture and mining. Because these are sectors that I already see out here, individuals operating in these, and I guess others will. Ingredients coming into the U.S. He mentioned FDA. The regulations around FDA and what you can import, how you import them, and what you do with it becomes a commercial detail that you as the importer, the entrepreneur, will have to address. And you've been given the keys through customs to understand how to do that. For example, the ingredient sector in the United States is one of the largest, both going into the food and pharmaceutical industries. tremendous profits are being made. I would strongly recommend that you study the HOODIA, H-O-O-D-I-A, experience in the U.S., where two corporations, one European and one American, Pfizer and Unilever, spent millions to bring into the U.S. HOODIA, herb from South Africa that the San people used for many years and were unable to make the market here in the U.S., again because of the regulatory environment. The other I refer to is the mining sector, gold and diamonds. You can bring them into the U.S., understand the constraints in terms of customs. And I make a simple example. With gold, you don't have to pay duty on unprocessed gold, but you have to pay customs duty, not customs duty, a customs bond, to be able to bring gold on a regular basis. So understanding these subtleties in customs and what you can and cannot do on the street where you're selling your gold jewelry or your raw gold or your agricultural products is something you need to pay attention to.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fritz. And Dr. Rotimi, what do you have to say?
So I wanted to add to the information about customs and FDA. So if you're importing from Africa into the US, there are 3 or 4 agencies that you need to be aware of. The CBP is the enforcing authority for all of these other agencies. FDA is one of them. And then you have Fish and Wildlife, FWS. Then you have the TTB, and you have USDA. 75% of the product that comes from Africa is actually agricultural products,
Yes.
which is regulated by USDA. And within FDA, you have plant and animal products. You have milk and dairy products, and then you have timber.
Yes.
Most of these products you don't need permits for, and it's true that you don't need import license, but you've got to find out exactly what you're importing. I'll give you 2 examples.
Okay.
If you're bringing melon seed into the US, if it's grounded, you don't need a permit. You can bring it in. If it's seed, you need a permit. Not only do you need a permit, the permit has a condition of entry. The condition of entry for seed is that you have to fumigate it. Now, it might sound simple enough, but fumigation cost for a bag of melon seed is about $1,000. And the melon seed itself, you only sell for about $500 or maybe $400. So the question then becomes, should you import melon seed or should you import grounded seed? Now, if you're going to import melon seed, then you've got to make sure you have enough volume to be able to pay for the fumigation, because it's going to cost you the same amount of money whether or not you're fumigating, 1 bag or 2 bags. So that's that. And then on the alcohol side, TTB. Now, there are some products in Africa, and I'll make this quick, that you think they're herbal products. They're medicinal and all that. But if you have more than 1% of alcohol content in it, then you need a permit from TTB, Tobacco and Alcohol Commission. And then in addition to that, you have labor requirements as well. And in terms of African herbs, I'll give you another example. In Africa, you can have herbs. You have wood chips and what have you, and then you can pour water to it or you can pour alcohol into it. In Africa, everybody takes that. If you bring that into the US, it's called wood chips, and it's not allowed. Now, you can get a permit for that, but the permit also has a condition of entry. And the condition of entry is that you have to heat treat it. It has to be smoked and dried before you can bring it in, and then you need a certificate for that. Now, the reason why I'm saying this, I got into this space. I started out by helping people. So I had a friend who started an African store in Indiana. I was in the corporate field doing global supply chain.
Yes.
And then I started helping out. And then I realized that a lot of Africans have the same issue. They have the same problem.
Yes.
They bring stuff into the US, and it's very expensive. If you're bringing stuff into the US and you're not careful, I had a client last week that spent $16,000 in demurrage and custom exam fee. And what she did wrong was she brought in 62 kg of melon seed.
Wow. So
And that cost her $16,000, $4,850 in customs exams, and over $7,000 in demurrage, because it takes time for customs to go through all your stuff. So while you don't need permits or you don't need a license to bring in products into the U.S., it's very, very important that you know exactly what you're doing
with
before you import into the U.S.
Absolutely. And that was going to thank you so much, Mr. Rotimi. And that was going to take me into a question I wanted to ask Ralph, as someone who's a federal mediator and trainer with employment equal opportunity and employment commission. I wanted to ask, usually we talk about all these regulations, but what happens when you're not in compliance of these regulations, and how do you move from plan A to plan B in such a situation?
Thank you. It's really important, like, as these co-panelists have mentioned, you have to ship what you state, okay? You have to ship what you state, because customs is very different from any other different organization, because when you run into a problem, it's not like you could go to court and says, hey, let's fix this. Customs, as I was speaking with Ken earlier, they're the judge, they're the jury, right? They make the decision, okay? The Constitution gives you civil rights, but it doesn't say you have rights to trade, okay? If you bring in a particular good and it comes into the territory of the United States, and let's say you did not, somebody discovers in an audit that you did not ship what you stated, you have to return the product. If you do not return the product, it costs, they'll hit you with fees 3 times the value of the product. So imagine that. And so there's no recourse. There's no one to say, well, I disagree, right? You're going to go to the Court of International Trade, good luck. You're going to spend money on an attorney to tell you did wrong. So that's how come it's really important that the people who you have on staff knows what they're shipping. It's really important when they're talking about compliance, everyone in your organization needs to do compliance. It's not for one person to do, because when there's a dispute, like I mediate the disputes between brokers and different people about what transpires, but when it's a dispute or you have an issue with the government because you did something wrong, that's a one-sided affair. But when you're trying to move products from one end to the next, it's really important to understand the whole full logistics of your product. Who's your end user? Where's the end users located? You have to think about the seasons that you ship and the location, because, like, let's say you want to move coffee from the village and it's rainy season. Guess what? You have a contract to move a particular good at a certain time. That contract may not stay the same. So you have to take in consideration about testing when to move a particular product and walk every single step of the way, because every single penny counts, okay? The price between $3.47 and $3.46 is a big difference in trade, okay? You have to think about that. And there's a lot of little pitfalls about if there's delays, okay, on your products, because remember, when we are moving product from ship to truck to rail, it all has to fit in together. So if you make a mistake and you don't have the proper documentation and you can't get it, let's say that truck can't move to this day, there's a particular happens, it blocks up everything. And now where are you going to store it? Then now, yeah, so that's just supply chain. And that's one of the things you got to be careful of, because that's where these disputes really happen. Who pays when that mistake happens? And those are the kind of disputes. And so when you're dealing with the people that you're dealing with, you have to think about from the worst case scenario and work backwards, because when there's a problem, you have to decide, how is this going to be resolved? And then you're good.
Thank you so much. Ken, do you have anything to add on to this discussion? You have a question?
No, I'd like to add to that.
Let him just say.
Do you realize that when you're
I'll take questions at the
Yeah.
end. Thank
Oh, I'm
you.
sorry. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
At the end. I'll take, just for the smooth running, we'll take questions at the end, okay? Thank you. Do you have any follow-up addition to what Ralph has just said?
Sure I do. You have to realize that customs not only has its own set of regulations, it enforces the regulations of 47 other agencies. They have memorandum of understanding with that. So the officers have a lot to do. Now, if you're going to import goods into the United States, your first shipment is going to be the most important shipment. That's the one that's got to be 100%. What are the chances of your first shipment coming into the United States being examined by customs officers? Probably about 95, maybe 98%. And what are the officers going to be looking for? They're going to be looking for basically negligence. They're going to be looking at documentation that accompanies the shipment. Now, customs has pretty much moved away from hard copies, hard forms. Your customs broker is going to be transmitting information to the agency and other agencies as well. The government is now computerized. Years ago, it was a lot easier to bring in things into the United States and to send things out of the United States. Quite often, they weren't looked at. Lately, customs is in an enforcement mode. And if you're bringing in items from Africa and they're agricultural, customs may look at them because customs right now is looking at goods that are purported to be made with forced labor, slave labor, child labor. So if you're bringing in things like cashew nuts, if you're bringing in things like coffee, yeah, customs is on a tear right now, and it wants to know about that. So you've got to be able to have some kind of evidence that the goods that you're bringing into the United States were not made with forced labor, slave labor, child labor. So what you can do too, I tell importers they can work with the United States Department of Labor. And the United States Department of Labor has offices abroad, and they keep basically what amounts to a bad guy list. And if they have any notions or they have any suspicions that goods are being made with forced labor, child labor, slave labor, again, they'll put everybody on notice about it. So customs is very big about that right now. And when you bring goods into the United States, there's a lot involved. It's not rocket science, but there's a lot to know about. And that's why you may and you should depend, if you're importing, on a licensed customs broker. A licensed customs broker is somebody who's taken a very difficult examination and knows all about the customs regulations, knows about the regulations of all kinds of other agencies, and knows about documentation, knows the things that you need to know. They'll put you on notice of the information that the government's going to require. And the government is going to look at your first shipment, and definitely if it misses the first one, the second one. And again, examinations can be messy. They can be aggravating, they can be time-consuming, and they can be expensive. And is the money going to customs? Usually not. You have some private companies, they collect the examination fees. Where are the exams conducted these days? They used to be conducted out in the open. They used to be conducted at the sides of ships. I remember on the border, could examine goods coming over the border. It's kind of difficult to do with rail. But now the examinations take place, it's private warehouses. And there are a lot of offices there. They've got their equipment. And they'll open up the doors of the container, and they'll look. And there are different types of examinations. There are some examinations called stratified examinations. And the officers have to check 100% of what's in that container. Other times is what's known as an intensive examination. Sometimes the officers are looking for merchandise that doesn't conform to U.S. laws and regulations. And then Customs has other crews. They concentrate on contraband. They're looking for drugs. And quite often when they examine things, they smash them up. They drill holes in things. It's kind of unpleasant. What kind of recourse do you have? Generally speaking, none. And that's why you've got to do the right thing when you begin to export goods to the United States. You want to make sure that your paperwork is in order. You want to make sure that your commercial invoice is proper. And Customs has a lot of requirements with regard to a commercial invoice. But you can find out about this stuff. The people overseas are going to be, from in Africa, are going to be sending the importer here an invoice that was constructed
Mr.
in
Kim?
Africa. And yeah,
Just could you please just wrap up a bit and then we'll come back to it.
but I'm sorry.
Could you just wrap up a bit and then we could come back to you just to so that we can have a chance to
Yeah,
answer.
but just remember the first shipment, there's some things to be done. Consult your broker, go online, get some free information. The first shipment is the most important one. And then you'll also need, you'll have a bond. I mean, bonds were mentioned. We can talk about that later, but your first shipment's the most important one. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rotimi, do you have something to say?
Yeah, so I wanted to add quickly that you can do everything right. You can have the right packaging, the right documentation, and you should get into trouble. And then I will explain what I mean by that. So there's a distinction between CBP release and FDA release. So you might have a container at the port that is released by customs, meaning that you can pick it up. But you might have an FDA hold on it. And what happens typically, because all the systems are computerized, so if there's a pattern of something happening in one country, in one region, it affects everything else coming from that region. I'll give you an example. Some people imported Gary from Ghana and Nigeria. FDA found semolina in that Gary. Everyone else importing that batch of Gary from the same area got affected. So this is why it's important that even though you don't need a permit to import Gary or any of these other African food, that you have a reputable supplier in Africa. There's something called FSVP, Foreign Supplier Verification Program. It's an FDA program. It means that because FDA controls all of the product coming into the US for consumption and for skin and all that, they have to make sure that they know where it's coming from. So what used to happen a couple of years ago is that people would just start up a company in Africa and then they would just register with FDA. So the database got compromised, if you will. So they introduced a way to vet legitimate businesses in Africa. It's called DUNS, D-U-N-S. The number is issued by Dun & Bradley. It's a commercial company.
Yes.
So they use that to make sure that companies that are purporting to be manufacturers or packagers in Africa are actually true companies. So you have some FDA registrations that are still valid, but you might run into issues if they don't have DUNS because those registrations might be canceled when your product gets here.
Yes.
Now, to avoid getting caught up in the example that I've given, you need to make sure that you have reputable suppliers that are registered with FDA. So even if Gary and Lubo and all these are getting stopped by FDA, if the FDA registration is verified, validated, recognized by FDA, you're likely going to be okay, even if everyone else is getting stopped. So I just wanted to put that out there that you could do everything right, and then you still get into trouble, you know.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rotimi. So, Mr. Fritz, I had
I
a
add
question
something?
for you. Based on the concerns and the issues, what do you think some of these solutions are from your
let
standpoint
me-
as an entrepreneur?
Much of what you've heard so far addresses government regulations. That's important. If you don't get the government thing right, it's not going to happen. It is also important for you to have, there are two types of regulations that you have to deal with, or compliance. Compliance is about rules. Who made the rules? I'm very strong, you know. As a little boy growing up in a colonial country, we used to say rules are to be broken, but we have to follow the rules. Now here you're hearing how to deal with the government rules, but you also have the private commercial organizations that you have to deal with, and they also influence what FDA does. Okay, so understand the private sector. When the regulations are made, it's a private businessman like this young man here who will lobby to get the regulations changed or modified. Now, I mentioned two organizations, since we're talking a lot about agriculture. American Spice Trade Association. Wouldn't hurt to be a member of that organization. The other, for like the teas and herbs, is the American Botanical Council. These are trade organizations that determine what happens in the industry. Right now, two issues that we're dealing with: organic crops going in and out of Africa and into the U.S. We're talking cross-border trade. And organic regenerative, another standard. So the standards as established by the private sector, we need to understand them as well as those that you're being educated on right now.
Thank you so much. I mean,
Sorry. In terms of solutions, I would strongly recommend that this organization, the USAfrica Trade Council, put together and maintain, not just what's maintain, information that you, the entrepreneurs who are applying, and others in Africa can gain access to. Because too often we get the information much later. And then you have to go to the attorney here and pay him to represent you, okay? Not trying to take the money from you, but you know,
Okay.
I always want to be
Thank
sure.
No, I concentrate on preventing problems.
Prevent-
I'm here in case
concentrate-
people screw up. But the
Yes.
idea is not to screw up, and you don't have to.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And the next question is to Ralph regarding AGOA. So we know AGOA has fallen short historically. What are the opportunities for AGOA with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, especially with the renewed U.S.-Africa relations on the heels of the U.S.-Africa Leadership Summit?
Okay, thank you. First, let me just say to Brother Fritz is that as Director of Planning and Development for the U.S.-Africa Trade, that's one of the exact things that we're going to do is have a library of information and organizations so entrepreneurs could tap. Now, when it comes to AGOA, and some people may not be happy about this, but it's a lot of talk, okay? It sounds good, but as far as reality on the ground for the people, does it really help? Not much. Because here's the thing about AGOA, it's a lot of policy talk, but how many people have really been helped as far as who's telling you the direct information about AGOA? How's it helping you? If they're not educating the people, how's it helping you if you don't know anything about it, right? I'm in the business, and sometimes I talk to foreign leaders, and some of them don't even know about AGOA. So sometimes I'm really suspect, because the reality is most of the products that we're shipping does not affect U.S. It doesn't. It doesn't affect you. It's not being challenged. Where there's going to be a problem, as soon, and I'm trust and believe, as soon as Africans start producing higher end quality finished goods in the factory, you're going to see a problem with AGOA, okay? But right now, what's really going to move trade right now is not really AGOA. It's really organizations like this, the associations that he mentioned. Those are the organizations, the people who have come and traveled here, and how we have our groups and we go back to our families. That is where the biggest trade and develop is going to happen. And as we grow, we do have to educate some of the politicians that do come through. Because even people on foreign affairs in the U.S. Congress do not know the very policies that they're supposed to be working on. So we also have our job as people on the ground to help educate them. But as far as these policies, and you know, it's a good first step, and you know, some of the in AFTA, these are great first steps. But I think until these programs start educating young people in schools and everyone else, you're not going to see that much development happen.
Thank you so much. What I'm hearing right now is the importance of understanding what the product, the solutions, also the regulatory systems, and then the importance of partnerships, the importance of education. It's critical. And this brings me to Mr. Fritz. With the Ukraine situation, the China situation, what are the opportunities for Africa, U.S. trade relations?
I said, I need a whole day.
These
for that one,
conversations
okay?
will continue after, but we will want that
Yes.
thought-provoking.
Yes, we can talk afterwards. And I'm very passionate about this one because I am a firm believer that, and I've said this to the U.S. government, that one of the greatest assets that this government has is when they decided to declare us minorities, that's blacks, Chinese, Indians. What was not understood is that that same group of minorities today is one of the greatest assets that this country has, because Africa is now the largest market potentially for the 21st century. Small and minority businesses here, as we're called SMEs or MSMEs, and the Chinese, if we ever get our game together, and I've been to China, I've worked with Chinese groups, to address the opportunities in Africa. Because we have the equipment in China, we have the technology, and if we understand how to use these things well, we can do a phenomenal job on Africa's industrialization. And you go from trade to processing to industrialization. We haven't talked yet about the mining sector, because right now we'd have to get into rare earths, look at the compliance measures we have to deal with, both in the mining and agricultural sectors. But we can talk a lot about how we have to deal with Africa's development.
It seems like Ken has a burning question or contribution with regards to.
But that's a big issue, really, how we deal with Africa's development and China. We should not be worried about China, but China has been involved in Africa as far back as the Silk Road. During the liberation movement, China was very involved in Africa. America is never going to change that. That's politics. And we have regulations that are politically directed, and we have to comply with those. So we have to understand that as well. So
Yes,
let us
please.
not get too much in the politics, but deal with the actual business that we have to look at and provide those solutions.
Thank you so much. Ken, do you have some close
Yeah.
remarks with regards to that?
Thank you very much. AGOA, African Growth and Opportunity Act. It's going to last for a little while longer, and a lot of business people don't understand AGOA. And you know that knowledge is power. So where are you going to go to find out about AGOA? You got a pen out? Put it down. You're going to go to www.cbp.gov. That's the Customs Border Protection website. You're going to see a tab. It says Trade. You click that on. Then you're going to see a column, Regulations and Rulings. You click that on. And then you're going to see something entitled Informed Compliance Publications. And there's a publication entitled AGOA. It's well written. It puts everybody on notice as to what the act is all about, what it does, and what you need to do, what you need to know about in order to get your product to the United States. And if the product comes to the United States and it satisfies country of origin rules and so on, it's going to get preferential treatment. It gets free treatment. But you've got to do a little homework and just look at this publication and give it to people you know. Give it to businesses. Send it overseas. This is what you need to know about. And fortunately, we do have a publication. It's designed for those who've never been involved with AGOA, and even those who have been involved with AGOA. A lot of things that people forget or never learned in the first place. So go to that publication, Informed Compliance publication, entitled AGOA, African Growth and Opportunity Act. You can learn a lot. You can do all kinds of favors for people. Help increase the business in Africa. Help people export to the U.S. And the other thing you need to know if you're going to be exporting to the U.S. and you're going to be exporting food products, the Food Safety Modernization Act. There are new rules in place, been so for the last couple of years. Basically, it's foreign foods, drink. It's got to meet the same standards of domestically produced foods.
I know
so
we
where to
could-
go for that? www.fda.gov. That's where you go.
We could have a whole day on this because, I mean, it's just getting exciting, but I know we're going to have conversations after this because this panel is really an amazing panel. Before I come to you, Mr. Fritz, I just want to ask Rotimi And also, Rotimi, we're going to start our closing remarks because I think we're running out of time. I've been getting some, yes, and we'll take questions from the audience, like the gentleman right there. I recognize that. So, Fritz, okay, you say something.
Yeah, on a point, you mentioned earlier the processing of agricultural products coming in here, and you mentioned AGOA. Could you explain, under the AGOA Act, the difference in terms of how it's treated as a raw product?
No, we'll have, because we're trying to keep in with regards to the theme, we will go into that. I think after, we want to keep compliance with the questions with regards to the compliance. So let me, what was your question on that?
No, there's a subtle difference between approval by AGOA if you're processing in Africa and bring it in here as a processed agricultural product, as against bringing in the raw material. You mentioned that with the melon seeds. Now, do the raw melon seeds qualify for AGOA or against the processed one?
They may. The attorneys always say it depends on the facts. But there have been some cases recently, taking raw material and doing something as simple as roasting them, transforms them and makes them eligible for free treatment. That's
Wonderful.
remarkable. You don't have to do much in order to get free treatment of items into the United States. Okay? It happens. Again, there are different products, different rules, but I can recommend to you, go to that publication I just told you about AGOA. And also on the Customs website, you're going to see something called cross-ruling, C-R-O-S-S. And you go there, and it's a little search engine, and put in whatever item that you're interested in, and you can see how the U.S. government treats that item. Now again, if you're going to import, your company's going to import goods into the United States and you've never brought them in before, you can ask Customs for help. Why? Because you don't want to be surprised when your goods wind up here and you find out there's additional duties on them, that they may be subject to anti-dumping duties or countervailing duties, or there may be a tariff quota. You can't bring in any more of the stuff unless you pay more money. You don't need surprises. What men and women in business need is certainty, and you want to have as much certainty as you can. And there is a way that you can have a great degree of that, and that's through something known as a binding ruling request to Customs. The other thing you've got to do if you're importing food, you need to have a laboratory here and one overseas. You know, at the Port of Newark every year, there's all kinds of shipments that get stopped. And quite often when they get stopped by Customs and the FDA, they work together, and they may look at a shipment and guess what? The shipment has been, there's too much contamination in it. Maybe there's too much in the way of insect carcasses or what have you. What happens to those goods? They're going to be exported right away, or they're going to be destroyed under Customs supervision, and that costs a lot of money. It does. It's aggravating. And then you're going to be known as a violator. And the last thing you want to be known as an import violator. That's why you have to do a little homework. And it really is true. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. All right? And that's why you got to go see a customs broker. You got
Thank
questions?
you so much.
It's all about saving money. Who wants to be aggravated
Yes.
to death? You're supposed to be here making money. You're not supposed to be tangling it up with the federal agencies, because it's a losing proposition. You can sometimes file what's known as a protest. Sometimes the government will listen to you. Sometimes they'll tell you, sorry. And then you're supposed to go to the Court of International Trade. That costs a fortune, and you may not be able to get there.
And we don't want
so
problems.
The
We
key
don't want-
to success is do your homework. An ounce of prevention really is worth a pound of cure. And find people who can help you. And there are brokers here that specialize in certain foodstuffs. They also specialize in beverages. They specialize in textiles and wearing apparel. And under AGOA, what are you going to be bringing in for the most part? You're going to be bringing in foodstuffs, and you're going to be bringing
Thank
in
you so much,
textiles and
Ken.
wearing apparel.
We're
So you
going-
have to know about what you got to do before you bring it in, and it can be done. If other people have done it, you can do it. And it's not that difficult. You know where to go.
Thank you so much, Ken. I'm going to take a couple of questions from the audience before you give your closing remarks. The gentleman in the hat.
Yeah.
Are there particular ports of entry that are more favorable than
It,
A couple ports that are more favorable to African products. Also, obviously, there's a lot of nations in Africa. So, Port in Newark, Port in Houston, where should we go?
It's a great question, it really is. A lot of times years ago, people went port shopping because they knew that customs officials at certain ports were okay, others were unconscious, others were in a law enforcement mode 24/7. So they went port shopping. But you're lucky. The Port of New York, Newark, is a great port. It's receptive to the African trade, and New York really has a lot to say about African trade. You're known here. A lot of other ports, people are not going to understand goods coming in from Africa. And if you've heard me say, sometimes I think Africa's a country. They don't know. But you do have a lot of people at this port, and you do have a lot of businesses that can help you in terms of international trade. You've got customs brokers here, you've got freight forwarders, you've got warehouses, laboratories, and you have a lot of customs personnel, FDA personnel as well. But remember, too, when you're bringing in goods from abroad, you've got to think about such things as insect infestation. At the Port of Newark, we have officers that we basically customs as agricultural officers, and they discover maybe 12, maybe 14 new insects every year. So when you're shipping, you have to make sure you got the right kind of container, your packaging, and that everything is okay. Hygiene, cleanliness counts. Now, when it comes to foodstuffs, is there going to be contamination? Yeah, a certain amount is allowed, but you can't have too much, because if you do, the foodstuffs, the items you're bringing in, could be rejected. And rejection means money. It means time, aggravation. And it means that you're an import violator, and who wants that? Okay, so you can keep yourself safe.
Can I follow up on that question?
I would like to ask Mr. Rotimi for his input from an import and exporter standpoint.
So the answer to your question is yes. There are ports that are more favorable to Africa. I'll tell you why. I'm not saying that to try and get around the regulations. And I'll give you a specific example. If you're importing yam into the U.S., New York, New Jersey port will allow you to load the container, floor loading. Don't put it on pallets. And you can load 1,100 boxes into a 40-foot container. If you try that in Texas, the container is going back to Africa. Because in Texas, they don't want you to floor load. They want to go in and bring out the pallet and fumigate, because that's a condition of entry. In New York, they have the labor to offload them, palletize them, fumigate them, release them. This happened to a client like about a week ago. The yam came from Ghana. It was supposed to be on pallets. They didn't put them on pallets. They just floor loaded it. It got to Texas. They said, no, it's going back. Now, there are other products like that. That's why some people bring in their product through New York, and then they pay $3,500 to transport them into Texas when you have two ports in Texas. Now, the other challenge that I've seen from an importer standpoint, some of the regulations are very, very discretionary, and how they interpret them differs from port to port. So an officer in New York port might interpret a regulation in one way, and then another one in Texas might interpret that in another way. The second thing is that in the Newark area, New Jersey area, most of the officers are familiar with African products. Some of them are immigrants. So there are certain things that they will see, they will understand what it is, and then they will say, fine, you can let it go. If you go to a port in Savannah, where they don't have a lot of that product coming in, you run into trouble. And yes, you can ask for binding ruling. You can ask customs, you can ask FDA, but that's too late. At that point, you're paying demurrage every day. The first 5 days, when your container gets here, you have 5 days free. And then the 6th day, you start paying $255 per day. And then the 9th day becomes $395 per day. And then it just goes up and up and up and like that. So one thing that I want to say quickly about how to find out about the product that you want to import. I mean, I've had people ask me what it is that I can't bring into the U.S. Well, I can't answer that because it depends. So what you should be asking is, I want to bring in X, Y, Z. What do I need to do? Because some of them you can bring them in, but you need to get a permit, and it has condition of entry. Even with your permit, there are certain things you still have to do to get them in. And that way, you make it easier to find the specific regulations that are affecting your industry. The regulatory framework is complex. I mean, there are some that have like thousands of pages. And sometimes you read them, you don't even know what they're talking about. If you don't have that knowledge, if you're not a broker or you don't have that experience. So start with, this is what I want to bring into the United States. What do I need to do to make sure that I'm complying with all the requirements?
Thank you so much for that insight. Do you have something to say, Mr. Fritz, or you're good?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm a troublemaker. I am waiting for the day, sir, when a port like Norfolk or South Carolina will bring back from Africa fonio grain in bulk, in 10,000-ton vessels. That's when we're really cooking. When the AGOA is working to my satisfaction, is when I can load 10,000 tons of soybean and ship it to Ghana and bring back 10,000 tons of fonio in the same bulk container, and I've cut my freight costs down by 50%. And this young man here is the one controlling it. End of story.
Thank you so much for that. So we'll take two more questions, and then the panelists will give their closing remarks. Thank you. Yes, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this exemplary session. It's been very wonderful. I have to follow up on his question, which is, if I think about the process of importing into this country, is there any checks and balances from the importing countries into this country? Say the wait time is about maybe 30 days, and you imported something back from Africa, independent of the country, and you have insect infestation, for example, who takes the blame? If it's being cleared already from the importing country, how does that manifest for you right here as a business owner?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ralph will take this question.
Well, that's the whole thing about having disputes. Now, and when it comes to trade, you have to plan it out before you you move the goods. You have to plan out the goods. Imaginary, taking step by step by step. That's how come it really depends on the time of the year that you move your goods as well, because certain insects are more prevalent in certain times of the year. So when it comes to who is responsible, well, there goes a question that becomes that part of your contract. Now, they do have Incoterms, tells you about the specifics of like insurance and trade, but that becomes an insurance situation, okay? But guess what? They do have, insurance carriers do have policies for that specific issue. And so that's something, that's a very good question, because insurance is really important, because when it comes to that certain situation, if I'm a buyer, I'm gonna be like, that's not my problem. You gotta give me clean goods. That's your responsibility. So that's gonna be insurance.
Who is responsible in what sense? And you have the trade side of it, and then you have the regulatory side of it. And I'll give you a specific example. About a year or 2 years ago, I brought in a container of beans. And beans you have to treat them in order for you to import them. The supplier in Nigeria wanted to cut corners. It wasn't treated properly. By the time the beans got here, they were all bad, they were infested and all that stuff. Now, so there were two issues involved. Well, who is responsible for cleaning up the mess? The mess, what I meant by that, the container went for exam, it got delayed, it got sent back. So somebody has to pay all of that. The supplier, even if the supplier is responsible for anything, they're not going to pay the cost of bringing in and sending it back. So you're responsible. And then that's something that you have to take up with whoever the supplier is. So it's not coming out of customs, it's getting stuck. So that's why it's critically important that you work with reputable suppliers in wherever they're coming from to make sure they're treated properly and the right amount of chemicals, because if you have a lot of it, then it becomes another issue when it gets into the country.
Thank you so much. But unfortunately, as moderator, this panel could go on and on and on because it's very exhilarating. And there's so much that we can go into, but we have to wrap up this panel. And I'll just ask the gentleman at the back who has been waiting for a long time in the green top to ask the last question, and then you give your 1 minute, wrap up.
Thank you so much. You guys are expert in this field. I'm an international trade lawyer, a certified custom specialist, and also a certified global business professional. So hearing you, I learn a lot from you because you are actually in the field doing the work, and you have provided so much information. The only thing that I didn't hear much about was the export. You talk about import compliance a lot on this panel, but I didn't hear about export compliance. I didn't hear about U.S. export controls, which is a very important aspect of international trade. So that's one aspect I want you to touch on just a little bit. The other question is about what the Africans, we the diasporan, we understand our responsibility through what is going on here. But what do you think the African governments also need to do, in order to get, the trade between the United States and Africa going well? The reason why I'm asking this question is because you guys touch on the AGOA. And we know AGOA gives preferential treatment to African products that come to the U.S. What kind of preferential treatment do we give to the American product coming to Africa in a very strategic way? We want to develop industrialization. Do we have free treatment or reduced tariff on U.S. goods that we want to enter? Now we have what we call the African Continental Free Trade Area. When the U.S. is dealing with Africa, it deals with us in a block. They have a block of product that can come here through the AGOA. Why don't we do the same strategically? Because so many African countries produce the same product.
Well,
so how do we do that? Thank you.
Well, so one of the things I do is travel to these different countries to speak with governments. First and foremost, they need to modernize. As far as the African countries, they need to modernize their systems to keep proper statistics. The reason why we have such a robust system is we keep robust information on every single little product, every kind of verification. That does not exist in most of these African nations. When you're talking about export, export is less regulation than import. We are very particular about protecting our industries and environment. But when it comes to shipping out, actually U.S., all nations, a lot of money is generated on exports. So they don't want to put too much regulation on the export side, because imagine you need to ship the goods, you need to package the goods, you need to, when you mail it over or whatever, is so much. So that's what happens.
One question, and please give your closing remark as you touch on that. Thank you.
No, I wanted to address the fact that African countries are already doing a lot to improve trade. And what they're doing is giving preferential duty rate, tariff, to raw materials, equipment, as opposed to finished products. I'll give you an example. If you were to import something into Nigeria or Ghana, for example, if you were to import shoes, safety shoes, for example, if you bring in the sole of the shoe and the top separate, they are separate items. You pay, in Nigeria, for example, you pay about 5% duty rate. If you were to import it as a complete product, you pay 25%. So what they're trying to do is to encourage the production, the manufacturing to happen in Africa. The same thing is happening in Ghana. The same thing is happening in DRC. So you've got to be specific about what you're trying to do, and then find out where you can take advantage of it. Should you build a factory in Ghana, for example, as opposed to importing complete product or finished products, and then do the assembly in Ghana or in Nigeria or in
Thank you so much for this amazing panel. And what we can say, that's why the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, AFTA, is now in place to help solve that problem with the exports into Africa. And at least we know it's ratified in 54 countries. And also with their PAN system, which is the online payment system, that's also to solve that situation. So right now I would like to thank the panelists for an amazing job. I would like to thank Ken. I would like to thank Thwits as well as Rotimi and Ralph for an amazing panel. And you can ask them questions after this panel because we've gone over the panel time, but you know what? We couldn't help it because there's so much information to be shared and there's so much information that can be shared after. And please feel free to reach out to these panelists and ask them questions that you have. And I would like to please give them a round of applause. Don't you think they have done a fantastic job? Thank you so much.
Let's have another round of applause for the panelists, and then also a round of applause for our moderator, Busi. She did an amazing job. And as she rightfully said, although we went a bit over time, the point of us here is to have these connections and nurture these connections. So please feel free to ask the panelists any questions that you may have and might not have been able to ask during the panel. So for our next portion, we're not necessarily having a panel, but more of a presentation. Benga had mentioned the USAfrica Retail Program Incubator. Just to give a little bit of a story for myself, I've been working in African development for over a decade now, and Miss Victoria Akai had mentioned yesterday, for something to materialize itself so quickly as this program has, you know, you don't usually see that in the African development, African business space. To be clear, at the 2022 USAfrica Business Expo in September, I had first heard the talkings of this type of incubator program. And to see that in March, we're already having that start, I think, as Victoria said, and we'll have her to come up. Yes, definitely a round of applause for that. I think that truly shows the type of engagement that we have with the people in this room, and I'm excited to see how this program goes. So how we're going to have this go, we're going to have Mr. Vincent J. Vicari, the Regional Director of the New Jersey Small Business Development Center of Ramapo College in New Jersey. He will introduce the program to us. Then we're going to have a few remarks, namely from Kathleen Power, Madam Esther Michelia, Ms. Victoria Akai, and then we're going to have Benga just give his remarks, and then lastly we're going to call on the senator to just give his closing remarks for this presentation. So thank you very much. So we're going to start with Mr. Vincent Vicari. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to start by thanking everyone in this room for getting here. I'm honored to speak to all of you and to accolade the hard work that you've all done, both professionally and personally, to get to a conference like this. And some have traveled very far. And so, for those who are new here today, I'm Vince Vicari, Director of the SBDC that serves Bergen County. And for my entire career, I've worked counseling businesses and startups and business challenges And I've worked many, many years in retail. And when I was introduced to the to Banga and to USAfrica, I saw an opportunity really to not just talk about what someone else could do, but to use everything we know in the Small Business Development Center and my skill set to actually get work to help make something happen. So I'm proud here to be here with you. You know, many of the businesses that will take advantage of this incubator needed some help. And it depends on what level of the business growth cycle they're on. But there's one important thing. When we all come together and we all make a difference, what is it that we do? It is that he who gives to the needy will lack nothing themselves. And that is Proverbs 28:27. And so there's many testaments to the time, the work, everyone to get here. If we determine that the business can grow in the mall, what we put together is a retail incubation program. And that doesn't happen without partners. That doesn't happen just by myself. That doesn't happen by any one person. It is a collection of people that want to make a difference for the right reason. At Westfield Mall, the largest retail property of Westfield in terms of traffic, probably in the country, but definitely in New Jersey, we have a kiosk environment where we are starting to get the products in, and that is correct. Between September and now in 6 months, we put something together with partners that help to make a difference. So in terms of time, I'm not going to talk about many other things other than to get our panel up here and to really start. But most important is that if we are willing to do the work, we're willing to do the right thing, we have a destination for the products, then the end result is there. Going through a process without the end result structured makes that process less certain. So if we want a certain outcome to be able to sell the products, we have to have a destination. So that's my role in all of this, is that we have created that destination. And you know, Banga really gets it. You know, we're all here to make a difference. My partners at Westfield, Chris Neidhart and Tiffany, they've worked with us for a year to put this program together. And in the last 6 months, we expanded it to help with you. And so everyone's here to really get a job done and not talk about what someone else is going to do. I would like to just say that, we've all applied passion, vision, tenacity to get the job done. And honestly, and to get it done honestly. And so look what happened here this weekend. This room is full by dedicated, honest, and passionate people to make something happen. So doing something with integrity, when we give to the needy, we do something for those that need help. We do not let the left hand kind of know what the right hand's doing, because then so that your giving hand may be in secret, then your Father who sees what is done in secret will reward us. And that's Matthew 6:3-4. So thank you all for allowing me to be here to work with you. Thank you all for letting me be here to work with you and do that.
A little moment for church a day early. Thank you so much. So a round of applause again for Mr. Vincent. And next, I would like to, in spirit of call some powerful women who are part of this program, and then they can just give us 1 minute about their role and any remarks that they have for the program. And I'd ask all three of them to come at once. So first, can we have Ms. Kathleen Power Cronin, who is the Director of Cultural Communications at the USAfrica Trade and Business Network. And then I would like to call Madam Esther Michelia, who is a representative of UNCIDA, which is the Committee on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. while we wait for Madam Esther, then I'd also like to call Ms. Victoria Akai, who's the Director General at the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I'll give you this mic. So if you could just, for 1 minute, just tell us briefly about yourself, your role in the program, and any remarks that you might have. So we'll start with Kathleen.
Okay, hello everybody. I'm Kathleen Power Cronin. I'm also the newly appointed US-Africa Director for Cultural Communication and Outreach. I am here to help you get connected. So I connect the disconnected. I'm also the SBDC assistant to Vince at this event. And if there's anything else I can do to help you, please let me know. Thank you.
Okay, hello, everybody. My name is Victoria Akai. I am the Director General of Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I'm here to get connected to Catherine. Yes, and to also represent the MSMEs in Nigeria who are interested in doing business in the United States.
All right, and then lastly, Madam Esther, so if you can just yourself, where you're coming from and your role in the program and any remarks that you...
My name is Esther Ehobami Michelia. I'm Nigeria's representative on the UN Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. And I'm also the founder of WADI, that's Women Arise, Development and Humanitarian Initiative. And the reason I'm here is to ensure that global normative frameworks, treaties and agreements are actually implemented to deliver results to women entrepreneurs. So I look out for companies and institutions to ensure that they are inclusive in their approach, and they work in particular to deliver 2 articles of the convention. Article 3, that talks about all sectors and all agencies delivering gender equality results, and then Article 13, that talks about women's economic empowerment. And what we're doing here is empowering women for trade and market access, and that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. And just quickly, just for 30 seconds to a minute, each of you, what makes you most excited about this program? What makes you most excited about the Retail Incubator Program?
Okay, I'll go first. So the most exciting thing about this US Africa Incubation Program is that it's happening. We all know the number of events that are being organized between Africa and the United States. And we know how many communiques and resolutions have been arrived and signed, but we do not see much on ground. And so when I was introduced to the USAfrica Business Expo, I wasn't sure I wanted to attend, because the previous year I had attended one, and it was Nigerians talking to Nigerians. It was a talk shop. I did not see the Americans. I did not know what I spent all that money to come to the United States to achieve. And so I was convinced to come last year for the US-Africa Expo on the wings of the UN General Assembly. And the first exciting thing about it was the quality and the type of participants. So we had the US Customs, we had the Mayor of New York, we had a lot of businesses. In fact, we did not have enough of our members because we didn't quite push for visas. I just felt I needed to be sure of how this meeting was going to be. Coming to the United States is not a cheap venture, you know, and then you're bringing in executives, you know how they fly, you know the hotels they're going to come and stay. And yes, and so, wow, the outcome of that meeting was amazing. I met, I'm sorry, Vince, I've called your name like 10 times. I met Vince, and I met Catherine, I met Benga, and I saw people who were really ready to transact with Africa. And so when I went back, I called a meeting with the executives of the chamber, and I said, look, we need to get our people ready. These people are ready for us. But I think they should be ready in a year. Maybe we would start transacting maybe in about 1 year. And then suddenly, Mr. Benga called and said, no, we're ready with the hub now. Vince has done what he needs to do. We've spoken with government officials, and they're taking our product to the New Jersey Mall. Last year, we went to the New Jersey Mall. It was too good to be true. And in fact, when I went back and I reported to the Chamber's executive, he said, well, okay, Victoria, you're always doing these scary things. Let's see if you pull this off. I wasn't sure. But now we're going to the New Jersey Mall. You know, yes, you know what happens, like I said yesterday, with African businesses, especially women. We have this imposter syndrome. So every other continent and race comes straight to the malls. We hide in corners. Nobody is even chasing you. Nobody is saying don't sell. But we have hidden ourselves in corners, and we are selling as if we stole something. And if you check the products have potentials. Why don't you just standardize this product, upgrade them, get all these documents that we heard about today, do the homework, do the groundwork, and I'm never going to get tired of hearing that. Do the groundwork, do what they want, standardize it, export once. This is what you need to do. Get the breakthrough, and then start doing it. When are we really going to sit on the table like other countries? When will it be that people are talking about Africa being the one entering other continents and doing business and actually being in trade wars with other nations? You know, it's also a privileged position that the United States and China or Russia are talking about. You know, when is it going to be African countries that, and we have the potential, we are very powerful and intelligent people. We can do it. We go to other continents and we contribute to the economy of those continents. But I don't know why at home we do not really believe in ourselves to do it. So there are a lot of opportunities that are available in Africa. And what excites me is this is a breakthrough for us. If we're able to pull off this incubation hub and we're able to succeed with it, then it will just be a stepping stone to greater things.
Thank you. Okay, with that, if anybody else wants to give input of what they're excited about for this program.
I will.
Okay, so Madam.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am so excited because for me the journey has been a little different. First, when the minister, Nigeria's Minister for Women Affairs, nominated me and said you would be our representative on the committee and also chair the Ministerial Technical Committee on Private Sector for Women. It looked like an impossible task. But I really got excited when I met Vincent during my campaign. I actually connected with Vincent courtesy of the Nigeria Permanent Mission in New York. They invited Vincent to my campaign and they introduced, and I really want to acknowledge Vincent and Catherine because immediately they said, if you are empowering entrepreneurs, we're here to work with you. And this is what we're seeing unfold here, that the Office of Small Business, the Rampo College, have put everything at the disposal to break through for us and get access to this mall. And of course, along the package came Benga, you know, USAfrica Network. They became like the key because during the campaign, we needed to show the other countries, the state parties to the convention, that we really understand women's economic empowerment and access to market. That's what USA Africa did. They connected, and ever since then, we've been working, discussing, negotiating, and when finally there were some nights we were talking up like 1 a.m. Nigerian time. How far are we? Is the mall ready? Have they agreed? What are the terms and conditions? And Benga has connected us with an array of people, including the mayor of New York, to say when we bring the right products, the market is ours. And here we are now, unveiling and flagging of the market with the minister's representative here. And thank you, DG, for believing in the dream. And here we are. I feel so excited. I'm happy to be here and to have the kind of partners that we have. And I also believe, because there are other African countries, since my election, I've been approached by numerous African countries. And 2 days ago, I met with a number of them. They want to be a part of the game. And so we're ready for business in Africa. And we hope very shortly we will be having a full mall, not just a portion or an incubation in a mall. We will be having the Africa Mall. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Kat, I wanted to give you a moment if you had anything to say.
Yes, I'm just very happy to be a part of this, and everybody in the room is obviously a leadership meeting, because the people who show up are the ones who want to continue, and we're all going to glow and grow together. And especially Senator Gordon, thank you so much for coming today to support us. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
So we have a very important delegation from Nigeria here.
Yes.
We have representatives of the Federal Minister of Women Affairs. I think it's, I would like to appeal to you to, yes, please. We also have the representatives from the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. You're going to be seeing more of us, more high-level persons coming here to make sure that the hub works. And again, thank you for all the support, honestly.
So a round of applause again for our distinguished guests from both continents. We're really blessed to have you all. So we also wanted to get a special remark from Madam Esther mentioned, the Ministry of Women Affairs. We have Princess Jemai Inoniji, who is the special advisor. I hope I pronounced it properly. If not, you can tell me the correct pronunciation. Who's the special advisor to the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, Dame Pauline Talon. So can we please have Miss Princess Jemai please join us? Sorry, Princess Idonije. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so excited to be here to represent the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, Nigeria, Dame Pauline Talon, OFR KSG. Would have loved to be here, but you know that Nigeria is going through a very turbulent time now. It's our elections, and so she has to be home because she needs to mobilize the women. We believe that when women are there, the whole agenda is one. And we always say in Nigeria that there's when you say no women, no nation. So without women, there can be no nation. And we're so excited that this is coming through at this time. Why? Because the world is turning away from chemical products. And Africa holds the hub where you can get all the solutions. And just like every other person has said, when you look towards Africa, especially the women who represent half of the continent of Africa, then the solution to Africa's development has indeed come true. So I thank you all for those of you who have lent a shoulder, who have provided this amazing platform for us to also be part of these epoch-making event. We want to say thank you on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, on behalf of Nigerian women who are the greatest beneficiaries. We're so excited that this opportunity is finally coming to pass at this critical time in our nation's history. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and we're very honored to have you here. And lastly, we would like, I think it's a great connection between the U.S. and Africa. We have also government representation from the U.S., from New Jersey specifically. We have Senator Gordon M. Johnson, Assistant Majority Leader in District 37. Thank you so much. If you could just join us and just give a few remarks, we would be great to have you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here in Newark, New Jersey. Newark is Afrocentric. If you want to get a business as a minority going, this is probably the place to be, Newark. And it's not my district, folks. I'm north of here in a little town called Inglewood. But we recognize that Newark is the place to be for business. And we're talking about opportunities now, small and medium and large. And the Vince and Kathleen with the Small Business Development Center, which we've worked together for years on. This is really, really interesting. We're tying in the continent of Africa to this opportunity that lays ahead for us, and setting up kiosk in the Garden State Plaza. What an opportunity for a small business. And in New Jersey, as we try to support minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses. Oh, this is March, right? Women's History Month. Hey, Women's History Month. Give yourselves a hand. That's right. We celebrate women this month. But as we try to encourage and support minority-owned businesses to grow or to start or grow, recognizing that there's always a problem with getting capital sometimes. Well, not always, not sometimes, most of the time. But we try to provide that for them in some way. We have programs for that. So we are here for you. The state of New Jersey, we're here for you. So I'll be there Thursday at the Garden State Plaza. As a matter of fact, I have my little prop right here. Hold it. I was in Niger. And I'm ready. I'll be selling these Thursday. I have a little kiosk on the side. But I was traveling in Niger, pre-COVID, of course, and I saw these being sold. And I said, wow, we could probably do this or sell these in the U.S. in some way. So I got the guy's name who was doing this. I have a contact in Niger, so I'm ready to ship. I'm ready to. So, and after the discussion earlier today with the as to how to do it, the proper way, what to look into, and other, I guess, things you got to do to ensure that you're efficient in your operation, it was really a learning experience for me. So I'll close by saying thank you for coming. I'm here not I, but we, the legislature, is here to support you. You're in the right place. You're in Newark, the most populated city in the state of New Jersey. And you're going to one of the biggest malls in the state of New Jersey, Garden State Plaza. Hey, Vince? Hey, Vince, what about the American Dream? I guess no, huh? No. American Dream won't work for the kiosk, huh? Probably not. Garden State Plaza is better, I think, yeah. But anyway, if you have a chance, visit the American Dream, because it's quite an experience to go down, to walk through there. Oh. Hey, Mr. Mayor, that's a very good point. So thank you for having me. We're here to support you. My information, you can find me online, Gordon Johnson, State Legislature. I'm the only Johnson in the State Senate. So I'm easy to find. So thank you, Vince, for what you do, Kathleen, for what you do, and let's work together going forward to help a lot of people become prosperous and make a few dollars and be a part of this American dream. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
So again, thank you to everybody. And to close it out, our Executive Director of the US-Africa Trade and Business Network, Benga Omatayo, would like to have some closing remarks to everybody. So give Benga a round of applause, please.
Can you please help me to appreciate all the guests up here? Thank you so much. Thank you, Mara. Thank you, thank you. They've said it all. You know, when you have a dream and a vision, and you constantly work at that vision, when you walk into a room of 1 million people, you would find that one person that connect with your dream. So that's the journey. So it was a synergy. Unknown to me, they've all had this, burden to bring product to the United States. And since 2019, when we started the journey, there's been a lot of no, you can't sell in this retail mall, you can't do these African product, this and that. And we've been thinking, we see people packaging our products, selling, but they say no to us, but they're selling our product. So you see what I'm saying? So we've been thinking, how do we do this? And so when Madam Esther introduced me to Cat and Veins, and I Googled Veins, and I saw his article with the Westfield Mall, what he has done, the small business program with Westfield Mall. I'm like, wow, this is what we're looking for. So the first thing I told Vince is, Vince, this is what I want to do. I want to have African product in retail malls. How do I do that? And then it was a long journey, but we're grateful to God that we're here today. Thank you, sir. The journey is still far, but we have to celebrate every milestone. Where we are today, it's a blessing to be where we are, but we're going further than this place, and we need you all to be key players in that. So the Retail Incubation Program, of course, like I said, it's inspired by the Westfield program that Ramapo College's BDC brokered together. After I had a conversation with Vince, then we began to see how can this happen. So we're grateful. We're grateful to Westfield Garden State Plaza for allowing Vince to work with us to make this a reality. Of course, we're grateful to Abuja Chambers of Commerce. We're grateful to Wadi, and we're grateful to all of you. So, like I said, it's a collaborative effort, and so we're glad for that. The incubation is actually created for underserved minority businesses who are looking to getting into retail malls, and they don't have the resources or they don't have the bandwidth to do that. You would agree with me that sometimes it can be very expensive to get into retail mall. You go to those malls to sign a lease, you probably will be paying $6,000, $7,000, so much more. So this is an incubation. So ordinarily, we would have said this is a retail space where you can sell. But we added the word incubation because we also would be providing a wrap around services. There's some support that they need, which we've been providing now and we would continue to provide. And such as, helping them with their packaging. You listen to that panel, there's a whole lot of things that needs to get into this product, just to make sure they're compliant. We're talking packaging, they're labeling, meeting all standards. So the incubation part of this program is going to continue to support this product, this awesome product from Africa. And again, we use the word Africa, but any underserved minority business is qualified to be part of this program. So, I see a whole lot of Caribbean people from the highland here actively. I see my brothers and sisters, the diaspora, who are, historical diaspora here as well. So this is not just an African thing. This is more of underserved minorities who produces this product and they need to get the recognition, and they need to get the benefit as well. So that's about this program. And of course, on Monday, we would be going to the mall to kick off 7 days of promotional activities, right? We're going to be having those products on display. We're going to be there throughout the week. And then you're all welcome to come. Like what we did yesterday, we made sure that every single person that was there, they bought something there. So we need you. You're not buying. You're actually getting yourself a prime product that you can take home and tell your family that, oh, I got this to support African and Caribbean businesses. So we encourage you to go there and get something for yourself. And you're welcome to join us during the week at the mall. Now, this is how it works, right? For anyone who sign up into the program, there's a complimentary website where each of them would have a vendor account. So think about it this way. You sign into the incubation. We got your product. We did the review, the evaluation, and everything. So you would have a complimentary access to a website. And on that website, you have a vendor account. So you might be in Africa. You might be in Jamaica. It does not matter, because with your vendor account, you can update your inventory. You can say, I have 100 products to sell. And when you sell a product through us at the mall or on the website, your account is automatically updated. So you had 100 inventory. Now one has been sold. Now we have 99 left. You can go there and update your price. You can update your MSRP price. You can update your wholesale price. So you have full control. Even getting remitted your fund, you have full control on your account. So that's how it works. And we talked very hard about this. I mean, considering how much money it takes someone to come from Africa just to come and try to sell. But now you don't have to necessarily come all the way to sell your product. And like Madam Esther said, the journey is still far. So we need support, we need prayers. Thank you to our senator who has promised to continue to support us in Jersey. Because we were in New York, but we said we're coming to New Jersey. We've done 4 editions in New York. Yes? Thank you, sir. Oh, I like that. So we also would provide you with warehousing your product. So you just send the product to our warehouse. Thank you. So everything is all done. You bring the product, go straight to the warehouse. But we have some, rules guiding that. So some of the wraparound services, product redesign, evaluation, recommendation, support and certification, order fulfillment and customer support services, warehousing and storage. Now, the requirement, of course, you have to be a registered business. You must sell physical products. You must be a non-prepared food business. And you're going to sign at least 3 months of lease. You would deliver products to our warehouse in New Jersey. And you're also free to bring white label. So white label can be unbranded, like it's not ready for the consumer, but it can be samples for anyone who wants to buy wholesale from you. Now, the categories of products that we're focusing on right now: white label, commodities, agri-business and agro-ally product, value-added prepackaged food products, arts and crafts, textile apparels, beauty products. And of course, the location is Westfield Garden, State Plaza, New Jersey, the #1 real estate property, and one of the largest malls in northern New Jersey. And we're grateful to them again for allowing us to do this. And so that's a summary of this program. So we want to do business with you, we want to work with you, and we want to make this work. And so we just want to thank everyone who has been part of the journey, who made it possible, and many more that will still continue to be part of this journey. So we are going to work together. Can we all please give them one more round of applause? And that's pretty much, if you have questions, thank you, Victoria. Thank you. So if you have questions, we'll be over there to take your question. At this time, I'd like to, for us to have a picture to commemorate this historical moment, because this is historic, and we have to appreciate that. I'd like to have our guests to please, let's take a picture before we let the busy people, so we let them go. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Can we please, I know.
Thank you again for your participation for the semi-morning session. So we're going to transition into lunch soon. So while we're confirming that lunch is ready, free to take a look at our showroom and see some of the products that we have that are going to be at the kiosk at the Retail Incubator Program. We'll confirm when lunch is ready, and then from there we'll go to our afternoon session. So thank you again. So just to confirm, lunch is ready, so feel free. It's self-serve style. Good afternoon, everybody. We hope you're enjoying your lunch. We will be starting the afternoon set of panels momentarily. is working. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again for joining day 2 of the USAfrica 2023 Business Expo. We hope that you enjoyed the delicious lunch and you're excited for the afternoon sessions. So we are starting our session 3 panel discussion, and the theme is the Africa Free Trade Agreement, Export-Import Opportunities for MSMEs in Africa and the U.S. And so we're going to be talking about game-changing opportunities for U.S. entrepreneurs, small businesses, minority and women-owned business enterprises, and African diaspora on how to start selling to the African market. Because again, it is a large market, 1.3 billion people, the youngest continent in the world. So there's rife opportunities for growth and market growth. So to start off, I'm going to introduce our moderator, Mayor Wayne Smith, Mayor Emeritus from Irvington, New Jersey. So can we please have a round of applause for Mayor Smith? And next, we're going to reintroduce Ken Baer, Customs Broker and International Trade Lawyer. Can you please join us on the stage? And then lastly, Ms. Busi Matsiko Andan, Global Strategist and the Executive Director for Future Summit Africa. Can you please join us on the stage? So a round of applause for our 2 panelists. Just in these first middle 3. How you doing?
Good. Leave this in place.
So we have 2 outstanding individuals here who walk us through potential opportunities using the African Growth and Opportunity Act and other provisions in the law and the market climate, how we grow and scale our businesses to do business with the largest growing world market. So let me start out with Ken. What you gave some observations yesterday in terms of utilization of media for that market, and also adjusting African products, whether it's food dealing with the American palate or packaging that deals with how we can sell African products in an American style. So give us a few of your observations about that as you did yesterday.
All right. With regard to African products, I've had the opportunity to sample any number of agricultural products, and I was also able to do so while I was with Customs. I mentioned that I was an import specialist, and I used to, believe it or not, try to help people bring product into the U.S. I was there basically making certain that people were complying with laws and regulations, but in the course of doing so, I would also render advice. Sometimes it was accepted readily, other times it wasn't. But I've noticed with a lot of African products, they're outstanding. But one of the things that seems to turn off, or Americans don't understand, at least when they're buying at the retail level, is the packaging. The packaging that the goods come into the country may be great for the African market, that particular country, but Americans have certain preferences. They want to see certain types of jars or bottles. They want certain kinds of labeling, and they sometimes are uncomfortable with the colors they see. And what happens with a lot of importers is they don't really pay too much attention to not so much marketing, but it's graphic arts as well. They've got to get the right kind of design. They've got to make things palatable to the U.S. consumer. There's a lot of competition in the supermarkets. You go and you see how many things are on the shelf. What is going to make your product stand out? Okay, or people going to look at it and say, I don't know about this. I've never seen this packaging before. This is strange. So what I do advise is for people who are bringing in foodstuffs, they're bringing in certain kinds of products, yeah, you do have to comply with laws and regulations regarding marking and labeling, yes, but you've got to get the right kind of colors, you've got to get the right packaging, the right label, the right logo. And that all matters. That's very important to Americans. Americans want to see things that are familiar. Most Americans don't particularly like the exotic. They may love the taste, but they're not used to looking at certain types of designs. And it's really so. It's a shame because I mentioned chocolate the other day coming out of Ghana. I thought it was terrific. And it went over well because the Ghanaians did something. They had their packaging look like it came out of Switzerland. And at first I thought the chocolate bars were out of Switzerland. And then somebody said, no, they're from Ghana. And I said, really? And I went over, I looked at it, I said, my God, you're right. So I tried it, and it was absolutely delicious, but it was palatable. Not only in terms of taste, but in terms of design, in terms of the labeling and the colors that were being used. So remember that when you're bringing product in, if it's for the retail market, make certain that the American consumer is going to accept it. You may have to send out some questionnaires. I also recommend that you get a hold of the right kind of graphic artists. People engaged in marketers and people in advertising. They're out there. Get the right kind of logo. And what's very important for you to is brand yourself. You need a brand. And again, everything needs to look good to the American consumer, who at times can be very picky. And we've seen this. You've got to sometimes go with the flow. I've mentioned before food products coming in from Africa. Many of them are very much in demand. We talk about organic products. A lot of African products are known to have been grown naturally. They're not, you don't pour chemicals over them. You're not using all kinds of pesticides and things that a lot of people are afraid of right now. If you do bring foods into the United States, you always have to think about whether they're fruits or vegetables or nuts. What kind of pesticide went on this item? Okay, is it still in the food item itself? Am I going to have problems with the EPA? And the best thing of all is try not to use any of that. Try to avoid chemicals if you can. But you'll find out a little bit more about that by going to, I mentioned a website before, and I mentioned an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. There's all kinds of materials out there for you, and they're free, and they're understandable. So when you're talking about the Food Safety Modernization Act, and that's going to affect a lot of you, because you want to bring in foodstuffs from Africa, look at the FDA website. And when we're talking about AGOA, African Growth and Opportunity Act, there's something out there for you, and it's free. And it's available on the Customs website, www.cbp.gov. They're called Informed Compliance Publications. And there's more than just AGOA. But what they did, Customs really did a great job with this publication. Give it to people you know. Send it to companies in your country. Let them know what AGOA is really about. And there are other publications that are available at this website. They're free. And you've got to know things about the entry process, how goods are going to be accepted here in the United States, what agencies have something to say about them. You also need to know a little bit about international transportation. And one of the many things I've been is I've also been in the shipping business, ocean shipping. And I used to help people bring their products into the U.S. and out of the U.S. And it's a lot to do with shipping. Packaging is also very important, and not just to appeal to the eyes. You have to make certain that the goods you're importing into the United States are going to be protected. Now, yes, there can be physical damage to the goods in an ocean container, and most goods come into the United States by way of ocean. 95% of all the imports come in that way. And when it comes to exporting, 95% of all the goods exported from the U.S. are exported by way of ocean. Now, physical damage is one thing due to strains and stresses. When you put a container on a ship, there's 7 different forces in play. 7.
Don't give it to them all at one time.
I'm not going to. I don't want to overwhelm you. But I'm just saying you got to package.
I introduced that concept because we had a major discussion about how does African products appeal to the broader American markets. Now, Boosie is going to be our African expert on how we sell to the African market. Now, I know a lot of it is cultural from country to country, but just as a broad overview, what should American exporters be doing to appeal to the African market if we're going to sell to the largest growing market in the world? What are some of your suggestions? And Boosie, while you're at it, after you answer that, tell us what a small American company could do if they're selling in the U.S. here. How do they go global? And I know that's what your firm does.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you so much, Ken. And I would like to thank the organizers for putting this together. First of all, it starts with education, education, education. Understanding your audience, understanding the people you're doing business with. And also trying to, like what happens in different markets is different. Even the visuals. Sometimes like when we're talking about graphic designers, they have different palettes. And that branding aspect is important. And one of the things I've learned when you're doing business with Africa and vice versa, don't go in with the rescue mentality. Treat Africans as partners, not like you're doing them a favor. It's mutual, You're both going to benefit from each other. And people in the continent, brilliant. I mean, I've had the beauty of studying on both continents, going to colleges in both undergrad in Africa as well as undergrad here. So I've seen it from different perspective and how brilliant the people back home are as well. So sometimes there's this misconception of, like, now let's talk about the branding of the packaging. When you go in as a partner, you could make recommendations on what you'd like to see, because there's an assumption that they're not doing the correct packaging, but they don't know what's visually what's visual to them at that point is different from what is visual to it here. Yeah. I see a lot of, if you see the websites, lots of blues are used, lots of yellows are used, and that is very basic. And it also comes down to access to funding. Americans, we have more access to funding. Most times, the funds on the continent are phantoms. They say there's access to funding, but how accessible is that funding? So we have to pay attention to that when we're thinking about how we partner with our people on the continent, because when we look at it as, oh my God, we could benefit from each other, we will get so much done. I have a team that I work with both in Uganda and in Ghana. And I've found that by training them on I give them a chance, my graphic designers, to design certain things so that I don't affect the creative direction, but I give them a mood board. And when you give them a mood board, they're able to come back with the right imaging and that kind of thing. And they've become better. We have that mentee-mentor relationship, and people respond better. But if you go in like, oh, I call it, I've been to American syndrome, right? I've been to America, I've been to Europe, I've been to this. Trust me, you'll be blocked. You'll be blocked. You'll wonder why, you'll think that people are sabotaging you. But it's because you're going in, and how that will be received is like, you think you're better than us. And that creates that block. So we need to understand the cultural differences whenever we're going into a new market. And how do we work together to build up? And that's one of the things I'm talking about, how to scale, how you take a global business back home. And then when that trust is built, trust me, you will accomplish so much. And ultimately it comes down to the bottom line, the money. I mean, making money. And once you create that trust, that belief and that system, you'll accomplish a lot. And then you can scale your business, grow it, and there are different businesses need different things. Some need branding, some need access to funding, some need, partnerships, strong partnerships, compliance, as you said. Once you teach people your laws in the continent are different from the laws here. When you understand those aspects, you're able to navigate a lot. I'll answer some more questions as we go along, but yeah, that's a bit of what I wanted to say.
Thank you. So, Ken, I'm trying to keep this kind of a bilateral trade situation in terms of marketing and sales to Africans who are selling in the U.S. and Bussy is our African expert on how we sell in the marketplace and I keep defining it as the largest growing marketplace in the world. So, Ken, one of the ideas, and you tell me a little bit about this, in terms of getting people from the continent to maybe partner with American business people, is this idea of the foreign direct investment. And can you tell us a little bit about how that works? It also can help solve a visa problem, as I understand it, so tell us about that as well.
Well, there are. I mean, my background, in addition to doing customs work, I have done immigration work. That was in the far past. I was an immigration officer as well. As far as Investment Act, I'm going to defer to you because I'm not that familiar with that area, but I do have some suggestions for you. Okay. And what I'm going to tell you about is free. Free is good. If you want to know about exporting from the United States, get out a pen, get a piece of paper in front of you. I'm going to give you the website. If you don't know anything about exporting, this is the place to go to find out the basics of exporting from the U.S. It's www.export.gov. That's when, again, and it's not just for the newbies. Not just for somebody who's new to exporting, maybe somebody who has been exporting. There's a lot there about practices, about documentation, about containers, modes of transportation. How are you going to get paid? Letters of credit, drafts, all those other things. There's a website that you can take advantage of, and all this information is free. On the importing side, and you should share this with people in other countries, is the customs website, www.cbp.gov. When the website comes up, there's going to be a tab, and it says Trade. Click it on, and you're going to be taken to, it says Regulations and Rulings. Click that on. You're going to see something that says Informed Compliance Publications. There's got to be 100 of them there. They're free. They're all about goods that you want to import into the United States. You want to know something about textiles? It's there. I mentioned the AGOA book, the AGOA Guide. It's well written. You can understand the AGOA. Sometimes it's difficult to find out these things. They don't seem to make sense if you're going from one place to another. But I think the government has done a pretty good job of laying out AGOA. Also, it's done a very good job with international transportation, agricultural goods, all kinds of subjects are there. And if you're interested in importing, that's the place to go. You can also learn about entry, the entry process, and you can learn about things to avoid. You've heard me say a number of times, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. You're going to go to a publication called Reasonable Care, and it lists all the things that usually screw up importers, make trouble for them, things that people don't think about. So look it up. It's a publication called Reasonable Care, and all the publications I'm talking about are free. Free is good, and they're well written. And share them with people you know. It can save you a lot of aggravation, save them a lot of aggravation, and you can make money instead of wondering what these laws and regulations are in the documents. Well, it's laid out for you. And then what you can do is, if you're here in the United States and you still need some kind of assistance, you can consult with a licensed U.S. Customs broker. And if you want to find out where they are, go to the Customs website. They list them for each port. And as I mentioned before, this port is good for Africa. It really is, in the Port of Philadelphia. You have officers here who really do understand Africa and the products that are coming in. And as far as exporting, again, I mentioned export.gov. Customs is also in control, not just of importing, but of exporting as well. And please remember that in just about all cases, you will not need an export license. Sometimes you will, and that depends on where you're sending an item. It depends on the person to whom you're sending an item. But 99% of the time, you're not going to need an export license. But you can find out the basics of exporting by going to, repeating it again, www.export.gov. All right, you get an entire education there. And when you go on a customs website, I'm going to share this with you. You can get a book. You can download a book, an electronic one, and it's called Importing into the United States. It's free. It's on the website, www.cbp.gov. And you're going to see the first page comes up and it's a tab and it says trade. Click on trade and then go. You're going to see something appear saying import, I think it's import rulings, regulations. Click that on. And you're going to find all these publications, but they have a search engine. And just put in importing into the U.S. And it's a free book. Okay, it gives you an oversight of importing. It'll give you an idea of documentation that you need. And for the particulars, if you're not sure what's going on, consult with your licensed U.S. customs broker. They're basically customs lawyers. They can't go to court with you, but they can represent you before customs and other agencies. And that's what you need. You know, you can't do it alone all the time. And there's nothing wrong with not knowing the answers to things. Nothing, you can always find out the answers. It's all about asking questions. And realize too, as I've mentioned a couple of times, customs has something called binding rulings. And if you've never imported anything into the United States before, customs will help you out. You write a letter to them and you describe what you want to bring into the U.S. Let them know where it's made, where it's produced. Let them know something about the manufacturing process. You can actually send them images. You can send them brochures if you want to. You can give them the manufacturing plans, whatever, and send a sample to them. And customs will look at what you want to bring into the United States. And customs will determine for you the commodity number. That's crucial. You got to get that number right. Customs is really sticky about that one. But customs will also tell you about the rate of duty. How much do you owe? And if you're bringing in from Africa, you're probably not going to owe anything. It's a Goa. All right? But you've got to be able to show evidence that the product that you're bringing in is from an African country. And that's explained in that publication I told you about, AGOA, all right? So there's other things too. You can find out about international transportation, what kind of deductions you can make, you can take off. What you want to do is you want to make money. You want to import items into the United States at a preferential rate of duty. That is free. Why pay duty if you don't have to? And then you can find out about other fees as well. But you can keep yourself safe. All it involves is a little effort in the beginning. Ask some questions, get a little help if you need it, and you're going to be okay, and you're going to have certainty. And when you get something in writing, you have real certainty, and that's what businessmen and businesswomen need, certainty, something in writing. That's evidence. Because if you're fooling around with the government by way of a telephone call, or you're having a face-to-face conversation with an officer, it doesn't count. The agency is not going to be bound by anything that's not in writing. And remember that. You're in business, and you need evidence, you need proof. And I mentioned before, if you want to import goods into the United States, do you need a license? No, you're not. You're put on the honor system. You don't need a license. You're allowed to import. Is there anything in the Constitution that says you have a right to import? No, but you will be allowed to import as long as you do the right things. And doing the right things has to do with a little bit of reading, talking to the right people, maybe getting a written response from customs about some items you want to import, and you can be okay. You don't need surprises. When the goods come into the country, and if they're not in order, if they're in violation of law or regulation, you may be told, take them back, export, get rid of this, or we're going to destroy the stuff, and that's going to cost you a lot of money if the goods have to be destroyed under customs supervision. And there are other things that could possibly be done, but you don't need aggravation. The name of the game is to make money and to do it, again, to do it safely. And it can be done. Other people have done it. You can also set up, if you're an importer, an import compliance program, and that's great in case somebody's out one day. If you're dealing with brokers, you can have people in that brokerage company that you like and say, no, I don't want anybody else dealing with my products, my shipments. I want Henrietta and I want Harry to be working on this because they know my stuff. And the same thing when you're exporting. You can find freight forwarders around the port. There are plenty of them. And I mentioned that if they're going to be shipping by way of ocean, and that's 95% of what happens goes by way of ocean, the company should be licensed by the Federal Maritime Commission. Why? Because you want to play it safe. They got a bond, they got a license, they're supposed to be doing the right thing. They're going to be able to look out for you. And you can go to these freight forwarders for advice when it comes to export documentation, when it comes to the issue of whether you need a license or not. How do you file? If you're sending things out of the United States that are worth more than $2,500, or they require a license and/or, you're going to need somebody to file something on your behalf. There's no paper anymore. Everything's done electronically. And you don't have the software, but your freight forwarder does. And on the import side of the house, you're customs broker has the software, and 99.9% of all people importing use a licensed customs broker. Outbound, get yourself a good freight forwarder. Now, you're always going to be held responsible for mistakes. Even if the freight forwarder makes a mistake, you can get the penalty. Doesn't seem fair, I know. But that's why you need evidence. You have to keep records if you're importing, and you have to keep records if you're exporting, and it can be done.
That's good. So, but just before I go to Bushi with a question about branding and marketing and reaching the African market, the different approaches, I want to just quickly address the foreign direct investment. Yesterday, there was a challenge for some of the people coming to the conference here because they couldn't get visas. So one of the issues about visas that people on the continent who have money to invest is the foreign direct investment program. You actually can get a visa if you're going to invest with an American business. It's a federal program. A lot of people don't know about it. It applies around the world except countries that are excluded from the program, where people can make a direct investment and the denominations amount vary based on the scale and scope of the project. So it can be very significant investments like the millions, or it can be as low as $25,000 to $50,000. But it also guarantees if you make this investment that you'll get a visa. But you have to invest in a viable American business. Now, that means that there's opportunities for people to organize themselves to be recipients of those kinds of investments for people from the continent who want to make investments and have resources to invest, to partner in the United States by making a direct investment, and they get a visa. Yeah.
All right, I'd just like to add to that. There are also other type visas out there that you may not be aware of. Most people come into the United States on a B1, B2 visa, right? We've all seen that, or an F visa if you're a student. There are other visas out there that pertain to businesses. They're E-visas and L visas, intercompany transfers, etc. What you need, you're going to need a good immigration attorney. Find somebody around the port. There are ways to get here. You know, you can get here too by establishing a business, by investing so much money. But somebody may have a business here, and you may be able to get here on a visa other than a B1, B2 visa. You might be able to do it on an E visa or an L visa. These are things to be looked at.
Yeah, they call it EB5 is what I'm talking about.
Yes, you're talking right, yes, EB5.
EB5, yeah. So, Busty, tell us, if I were going to establish a consumer product on the continent, what would be my best way to promote, market? And are Africans reading newspapers? Is everything online now? Is there a combination of media in terms of television, radio? Are people doing a lot of their communication and reaching markets by telephone? What's your impression? Or is there a combination there too you have to use?
So I'm glad you asked that question. It's, as you said, it's just doing your homework. Mm-hmm. Doing your homework is very important. One of the things that one could take advantages of is the consulates. And the embassies, because at least you know they're legitimate as well. And then the sources of information, the people who you're going to do business with, how do you verify them? Finding out who you're dealing with, through organizations such as this that are vetted, and other, Chamber of Commerce's. Also finding out, if you're an American, also finding out about the American embassy in those countries, the trade departments. It's important at least to protect yourself. First of all, you have to protect yourself. And then all the other things are glamour, where how you approach it. You could these days even people do business through Instagram. They sell, they market through online stuff. They market through Facebook. They market through LinkedIn. It's a variety of things, but I always say to avoid being scammed and that kind of thing, you always verify your sources. Your sources are very important. And so that's also a personal, because you know what? Sometimes it's the power of the phone. Many people are using the phones. Even farmers use phones in rural Africa, So it depends on what your business is, because at the same time, you see there's Africa they never show you. Why I say the Africa they never show you? Right now, because of technology in Africa is the beginning. In the West, it's an innovation. But in the past, I would say publications like National Geographic, you would show the other side of Africa where you're just seeing people who are, you know, not sophisticated and that kind of thing. But a lot of times, it's just like also marketing to an American in some ways. They also consume the same things we consume. It's all about just identifying what it is you want to market. If it's a service, if it's a product, who your audience is, and then working together with those. So they also have public relations companies on the continent in different countries. They also have marketing companies they work with. Or you can do it yourself. It all comes down to your budget as well as your budget and your interests. And so some things are very sophisticated. You have to pay for what you want to get out of it. Or you can cut back and market it in guerrilla marketing methods, which are next to no costs or cheaper. And so that's, I mean, it's could be a combination of various things, or it could be the traditional the traditional marketing that we also experience in America, because we're also and then also depending, are you marketing to the educated African, or you're marketing to the person who's not educated, who might be illiterate or may have very little education. Like I met a lady today who was just talking about something regarding exporting to America by women who have barely an education. So you have to know who your audience is, and then how you can think about how to market to that audience. And it comes down to, I think in many countries in Africa, it comes down to trust. Mm-hmm. When people trust you, and then identifying individuals who they trust, and then figuring out how to market to them. It's just understanding your client base and knowing how to market to them.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to take out your pens again, get out a piece of paper. I'm going to give you a book, title of a book. It's a soft cover book, and it's meant for importers and exporters. The publisher happens to be right here in New Jersey. I don't get anything from the company, but I think it's a terrific book, and I recommend it, and I use it in my courses. I teach at NJCU, and I teach an exporting course, and I teach an importing course. And I have one book. I supply handouts, but there's one book I want everybody to buy, and it's Import/Export for Dummies. And it's really, it's a terrific book. And the author is a man by the name of John J. Capella, C-A-P-E-L-A. Import/Export for Dummies, soft cover, wonderful book. I can't praise it. It's really a terrific book. There's all kinds of websites if you want to find out about marketing, if you want to find out about sourcing, if you want to find out about shipping, transportation, the do's and don'ts, the big sins when it comes to importing and exporting. It's all in this book, okay? And it's a good place to start. Just like I gave you two websites before, export.gov and cbp.gov. That's where you start. It's all about education. But you got to start somewhere. And a lot of times people may want to help you, but they may not have the words. They may not have the means to help you. So sometimes you have to help yourself. And one of the ways to do it is by getting hold of this book, Import/Export for Dummies. John J. Capella, C-A-P-E-L-A, is the author, and it's published by Wiley and Company. I think it's about $19 to $20, one of the best investments you'll ever make. It'll also take you to all kinds of websites where you can find out where you can find suppliers. There's sites too about government agencies, documentation, all the nuts and bolts, the things that you need to know about importing and exporting, and how to stay out of trouble, and how to make a lot of money.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right.
So I was given two instructions. One, we were going to take some questions for the audience, but I think we have to pause because I think, Jabinga, you want us to wrap it up, or you want to take questions now? Questions, okay. So now the floor is open for questions. Yes, sir, in the back, my brother from Togo. Mm-hmm. Go ahead. He needs a mic. Hold on, listen, so you can hear the question. Somebody, you next.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's a contribution, a quick contribution. Yes,
Real quick,
Yes,
go ahead.
real quick.
Real
You know,
quick.
so everything the attorney just said, people who want to go into business, he just saved you $100,000 that I spent to get a master's degree in international trade law. Now, after I spent that $100,000 to get that degree, I found out that with $1,000, the $100,000 allowed me to know about import and export compliance, right? But when you are running an international trade business, you need to know the mechanics of running the actual global business. Then, with $1,000, if you go to nasbite.org, it's the website by the national, it's for the entire United States, the National Small Business International Trade Educators website. And that $1,000, you can have the education of what is called the CGBP, Certified Global Business Professional. And this is like a combination of 4 MBAs that you are getting under $1,000. And it teaches you global management, global marketing, global supply chain management, and also global finance. So,
Thank you.
Under $1,000, you have that education.
Thank you very much. Sir, go ahead. Ask your question. We're trying to keep these to questions. We can talk to each other about the additional contribution.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir. Sir in the back. Go ahead. You in the back. Come stand up. Yeah, take it.
Thank you very much. You talk about AGOA, Africa Opportunity Act, what are the significant effects as it impacts the Africa, continent and the American continent? And also, the AGOA, there are some countries which they deprive based on political instability. Do you think it's a level playing field for some countries that they deprive not to import into the American market?
One thing that we don't have in the United States when it comes to exporting, the U.S. government is not allowed to apply export taxes to our exports. The United States Constitution does not permit that. There are import duties, but there are no export duties. However, and I've been to Africa a number of times, African countries do tax their exports. And sometimes that causes problems for people who want to send goods into the United States because you're being taxed when you're exporting. We don't have that here.
So that response is it's not a level playing field.
It is not, and that's where I'm going with that. Really, very few things in life are a level playing field, and you have to even out the odds. That's what you have to do.
All right. We finished? Oh, okay. All right. You want to take over from me, or you want more questions?
Actually, I just want to
you want to
add a
interject?
little
Go ahead.
comment.
Come on.
No, I can stay.
Okay.
So I just want to comment on the theme and the session we had.
Mm-hmm.
So when we talk about ACFTA, right?
Yeah.
The African Continental Free Trade Agreement.
Okay.
It's very important for everyone to know that we have a market of over 1.3 billion without frontiers. Now that you all can leverage on. We need American businesses, we need American exporters to know that they can go into Africa now with their products and sell through one channel. In the past, you go to Ghana, you sell. Then you want to go to Nigeria, you follow the same process again. But with ACFTA now, you can leverage the instrument of ACFTA and get into one country, and from one country, you can stretch out and expand into all countries. Because what Africa is trying to do is, first up, the percentage of intra-African trade is very low. I think there are about just 4 countries in Africa that are actively trading with themselves. So Africa, through the African Union, wants to change that. If Africa can trade with Africa, we might not even need to bring this product to the US. If we can, we have 54 countries, so ACFTA is meant to do just that. But you see, people think about it. The African Union says that people in the diaspora are the 6th region of Africa, right? We have South Africa, West Africa, East Africa, North Africa, Central Africa. But they are saying that you in the diaspora, you're also part of Africa, even though you're not in Africa right now. If that is so, how come you're not well, brought up to speed with this ACFTA tool? And that's why we brought this session, so everyone can know that in the past, people do business in Africa, and but now with this instrument, you can do more business together. And it's something we just want to emphasize, that if you are here, you're interested in doing business in Africa, you're a U.S. business, either you have a company that are already scaled and you're exporting, you can leverage this instrument. Or maybe you just have a business and you're looking for opportunity to scale it, you can do that as well. Or maybe you don't even have a business yet. You can also start a business and get it to that level. So it's very important that because when we talk about ACFTA, people think it's just about the African people.
No,
it's not just about it's not just about the African people. It's an opportunity that people in the diaspora don't know about it. Who should inform you? That should be the ACFTA Secretariat or the African ambassadors and trade consul in all the embassies. But if I randomly pick on few people, they don't know what this is all about. So we want people in America to know that you can actually go do business in Africa. It's a bilateral trade and do it profitably, different from how it's been done before. And now, to you, you see how the connection. So while you are going to sell or export to Africa, you can do that through the network that we have. They're not just thinking about selling to the U.S. They too can work with you to make sure your product thrive in Africa. It's a win-win collaboratory situation. So we want you to think that way. When you talk to them, don't see them as trying to sell to you. See them as potentially people who can be your wholesaler, people who can connect you to where you can sell your product in Africa. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Benga, for that. With regards to Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, one of the things that I've noticed is that, you know what, that's why it's important not to operate in silos and to start sharing this information, because sometimes, I've been involved in the Africa diaspora for a very long time. I also convened the Africa Future Summit, and I advise businesses as well on scaling. And one of the things that I've noticed with regards to the Africa continent, and I've also advised Afrexim Bank with regards to diaspora engagements. So with that, you've been seeing, even in Barbados, they just had a trade summit there with Prime Minister Molly and Motley. And they talked about the sixth region, the diaspora. Right now, the African Union is on a mission to encourage this bilateral trade and that kind of thing, especially right now as we see the situation with Ukraine and China. We are seeing there's an opportunity for both African products here as well as stuff going back. Remember, we have a young population on the continent. We have as Benga said, 1.4 billion people on the continent. There's a lot that can be pursued. Services, there's opportunities for services, there's opportunities for products, and it all comes down to having these discussions and having platforms such as these where we are able to discuss that and create opportunities for trade. But one thing I caution you about is looking at Africans as partners, equal partners, not that whole thing of I'm going to rescue or assuming people do not know how to do business. It's about discussing and having people come at the table. We also have to have a room for people at the table, because when you have a room at the table, a place at the table, you're able to get involved with the policy decisions, and then that can ease these relationships and makes it easier to trade. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Ken, you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps the most valuable resource of all is in this room, and I'm talking about the Small Business Development Center, Ramapo College. And if you haven't met Vince Vicari and Kathleen Power Cronin, you should. They can help you, importers, exporters. They're also going to be doing a number of things that I know are going to interest you. There are going to be a number, in the very near future, there are going to be some events taking place at Ramapo having to do with Africa business. And we're going to be doing some really very interesting stuff. We hope to be putting on some webinars and seminars for you and providing education. That's for the African community, so you can better yourselves, so you can do all kinds of wonderful things. And again, the key is information, and that's going to be made available to you. We also appreciate hearing from you. If you want or need certain things, that's great. Let us know what's bothering you or what you need to know about. And we'll certainly put on something, we'll provide things that will help you. All right, so before you leave, make sure you talk to Vince and Kathleen, okay? Thank you very much.
So, one of the things I just wanted to add is organizations like the National Minority Business Council is also an organization that helps. One of the things I would suggest small businesses do that do business with major corporations is partner with them to do business with Africa. You become their distributor. You become their agent in Africa. So you got two, as Boosty said, you have different demographics in Africa. American corporations don't do well in America in underserved markets, but we know how to make that happen. And so in rural areas in America, there's lack of broadband and all those things. Those things are rolling out in America. They have to do the same thing in Africa. So, but major companies they look at that as small markets, but in the aggregate, when you look at the whole continent and you look at rural areas in the continent, that's a huge market. And if we can learn how to capture shares of it, we can then market that to major corporations, and that's a huge market.
And I must say, I agree with you, because I worked in banking in Harlem, because I wanted to understand banking in the inner cities, and even Newark. There are some similarities between these markets and African markets, and that's an opportunity. Absolutely. And a huge one.
Ladies and gentlemen, too, I just want to bring to your attention, if you're interested in knowing how importing and exporting actually work, and you've never been in a warehouse, you've never seen forklifts, you've never seen railroad lines, you've never met customs brokers or people who handle exporting and so on, I'm with a company in Hillside, New Jersey. Let me know, and through the Small Business Development Center.
Hillside is 15 minutes from here.
Yeah, it's really right next door, and we're right at the port. And we handle air cargo, ocean cargo, and you can see African products there. The Africans are bringing them in, and we have them in cold storage. I'd like you to see the racks, and you can see that, yeah, this is for real. It's not just all this nonsense. It really does happen. And if you have questions, you can talk to the people who actually deal with this stuff, who move it about, who do the transmission of information to customs and other agencies. It's all there, and we can also help you find distributors and talk about all kinds of things African. We're very much committed to Africa.
Thank you very much.
I wanted to know that. Okay?
So as we close, as Jabinga said, Africa is open for business, and Calvin Coolidge once said, "The business of America is business."
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Another round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much. And so we have an exciting, we're doing a little bit of a pivot. Instead of a breakout in a deal room, we're going to actually have an interactive session. As Ken rightfully said, Vince and Kat are really invaluable resources in this room today in terms of how to navigate businesses. And so we're going to have, instead of 3 concurrent programs, we're going to have one program to advise people at all different stages of businesses, the challenges and solutions that they have. So whether you're an early stage entrepreneur, whether you're in the expansion stage and you're trying to accelerate, or you're ready to market and import and export, we're going to have them join us for kind of a fireside chat. And Benga is going to be the moderator. So can we please have Vincent J. Vicari, again, the Regional Director of the New Jersey Small Business Development Center. Thank you. Can you join us? And then also, if we can please have Kathleen Power Cronin, again, the Director of Cultural Communications at the USAfrica Trade and Business Network. And then last but not least, if we can have the Executive Director of the USAfrica Trade and Business Network, Benga Omotayo, join us as well. Okay, because we're doing a pivot, this is a bit of a reimagining. I'm going to be the impromptu moderator, and so I'm going to leave this to be open-ended. What would you say are, in terms of challenges and solutions? I will allow you guys to take which stage you want, whether it's an early stage, whether it's a business that's looking to expand and accelerate, or if it's a business that's ready to export or import. What are unique challenges to each of those 3 stages, and what would you say were solutions to those?
Well, I know that I'm generally accused of being shy, so I'm going to just answer that the best that I can. But so if we're starting, or you're more developed, or even a larger or more mature business, no matter what level along the scale you are, along the life cycle, it is how to scale. So if you're a small business and a startup, or if you're just starting to get involved in international trade, what would be the most difficult challenge is funding. How do you get funding to scale the business? We're talking about rules and regulations, and all valid and good and well. We need to know. But again, my role is at that final destination. If we're looking to get to the market, to be able to close a sale at that time, how do we scale and get that transaction funded? That's the bottom line. So it is, if the challenge at startup is the product, is it known? Is there satisfaction in the product? Does it conform to the likes and dislikes of the local market? Those are the things that, if we make and export a product, to change or to modify might be more of a challenge than a larger business with more resources and a faster changing production capability. So what I like to, look at is, how do we scale, both in the development of the product, the funding of the business, the channel of distribution, and how do we get to the ultimate customer and communicate with that customer and get feedback as to whether we need to make modifications, packaging size, serving size, product features. Those things, are all part of a work in process. At the larger, as we're growing, then how do we take that one product and make multiple versions and develop kind of a good, better, best type of product that we could expand sales and deepen market saturation? And so I think that in the small business sector, those 2 pieces are really the area that we deal in. And then in a very large business, then it moves off to a different level of support. But the same things have to happen no matter what level along the scale you are. So I don't want to be philosophical, because what we do in the Small Business Development Center is it doesn't matter what product you're in. There are unique challenges to the industry, to the product, to the regulations, to the market, and how you research it. So whether it is a food product, well, Ken mentioned earlier about the a food lab. Well, within the educational systems, we do have a foodpreneur program that may be able to work with you to help with those regulations on food components and the specifications and consistency. Right? So that's within Rutgers, the Foodpreneur Program. Maybe there is that synergy. So in the Small Business Development Center, we would help to connect those resources, whether it is a machine product, a service, or a food product. So those things are all a case-by-case basis. I think we all look for a boilerplate solution for one size fits all in business. And then we look for processes that are finite, and then we wonder why we don't get there. I think that we have to work. Every business is a work in process. There are no two alike, even though there may be the same product. But what we bring to the table is different. How we address the market is different. And how we look to grow our business is different according to our production capacity, ability to ship, ability to sell, and so many factors. That's the joy of this business, is that every two cases are not the same.
So Kat and Benga, I'll leave it to you also to bring your feedback, and then from there, for the sake of time, we will directly ask the audience if they have any questions specifically. Just to repeat the question, whether it's an early stage entrepreneur business, whether it's somebody who is in the expansion stage and looking to accelerate, or somebody who is ready to export, or otherwise ready to market their products, what are some of the unique challenges? What are some solutions that you would advise at each step?
Thank you. So I think the weekend. So I think the weekend has been designed to do just that. If you had carefully followed through the program, you would see that we have everything for every stage of growth. If you're just like someone who doesn't have a business yet, you have a 9-to-5, like we call it here, and you're looking for a side hustle, we've been able to touch on that, on how you can get started even while you're employed. I actually wrote a book on how to start your home business while employed. That book has captured everything that you need to know. I wrote this book in 2014, and I've not just talked the talk, I've actually walked the work. Every business that I have, I do them while working full time. If I have an MWB business as well, doing some work for the city of New York. I did them while I'm fully employed. So my point is, you can be an exporter. You can be anything you want to be if you want to be it. You know, everything is captured in my book. I just don't know where to start. But my point is, this weekend has been very great. And so, but what I would tell you is that even if all you have is a service, even if all you know is an expertise on something, you can export your service. You can be an exporter of a service. If you are serving people or providing any professional consulting work outside of your home country, you are an exporter. You can leverage on Agora, you can leverage on AFTA, you can leverage on Exim Bank to be able to support you. And so the intent of this program is to give you a teaser of what we are capable of doing within our network. With everyone you see come up to speak today, they are all part of this network. They are all playing one role or the other. And so it's important for you to connect at that level, whether you're just starting out, whether you want to accelerate, whether you don't even have a minimum viable product that you want to export, you need resources. That is the intent of this platform. And if you can go to trade.USAfrica Hub, we have a platform where you can sign up. You apply to be a member. You're not paying anything. You apply to be a member. And with that application, we basically would ask you 5 questions just to understand where you are. And with that, we would now refer you to the right resource that you need to be able to either start a business or maybe to grow a business or maybe to start exporting or importing a business. So that's basically what it is. You need passion first. America is no joke. Everyone that has done a great job, they will tell you, you need passion, especially if you're working 9 to 5. You don't have a passion, you're going to get burned out. You can't, and if you're starting out, you don't have a minimum viable product, and you want to start a business, you can't even, you need a second income, otherwise you're going to be stranded. You can't pay your bills, and if you can't pay your bills, you can't think about business. The passion is going to dry off. So you approach it, layer by layer. And again, like I said, everything you need is in the room. Everything you need is in the room. And I think we've covered everything. And for those who are looking to scale, like Ken and Vince has said, we have a network of resources that you can leverage on to be able to do just that. What are the challenges that I think? I think for anyone in the U.S. from the African diaspora, especially the ethnic African diaspora, we're not searching for the right information. We're not investing enough of our time. People would rather go and do 9 to 5 or go do extra shift so they can make extra $100 than come to event like this. And it's so be that also our community is always the last one to take advantage of some opportunity. And like the minority business certification that everybody talks about, New York City, New York State, they're giving 30% to minority business, or their contract, things like that. We hear about these things, but how many percentage of our people are actually taking those 30%? Eventually, they give it back to the prime contractors because our people are not certifying their business with the government so they can get 30% of what that belongs to them. And even those who certify, they don't even know how to get to passport. You're certified, but you don't even know where to go see where the opportunities are. So these are the real challenges that I deal with. Certifying my business about 4 years ago, up until last year, April, I didn't get my first break. It took me over 3 years to get my first contract with the city. How many Africans are actively getting contract from the city? A city of over $100 billion budget, and we're meant to have 30% of that. How many people are getting those opportunities? So these are real situations. These are real challenges. So first off, you have to have the passion. You have to be willing to go the extra mile, and you have to be willing to do what is necessary. I'm sorry I took too much of your time. So I'll pass it on to you. Thank you.
Exactly, Banga. That is a great piece of advice to give the room, because for the MBE certification, could I just see a round of hands? How many people have that have a U.S. address? You have that or not? Well, if you don't, and you are selling a service or product, the SBDCs is a national organization. And within that organization, we have that service for you if you have a U.S. address at no cost to you. So if today is about resources, and it's a fantastic day, and if one of the takeaways are to go do something for yourself that would help you build your business, your time to find this parking lot entrance was very well spent, because I couldn't find it. But you are definitely on the right trajectory. Please take advantage of those free services that are out there that will help you take the next step up the ladder. You know, we're looking to develop a diverse economic throughput within the economy. So what is that? That is when different cultures, mores, and norms actually take advantage of the system and produce and sell products and services that help elevate everyone. So, you know, diversity is not just a number on a spreadsheet. It's a mindset that, you know, organizations, people, economies, you know, we are crossing cultural divides by increasing the international, both import and export business. And today, most of us are here today to be able to sell products that is to import to the United States. So the level of services are out there. You have to dig a little harder than if you were to export, but they're there. And we're here to help connect the dots. And so thank you, Banga, for putting together a group, not just the organization. An organization without the people is nothing. Putting together the organization and then reaching out and getting the best people in the room so that we could all help and make a difference. That's the value here today.
Thank you so much.
I'll just add to it. The one thing that people ask us all the time is how to get connected, especially when they're starting a business, especially if you're in another country, in another part of the world. How do you get connected to the United States? So basically what they're talking about is SBA.gov. That is what I call the Papa. And then there is the state agency for each state, which would be the NJSBDC, like the NYSBDC. That's the Mama. And every state, there's an SBDC, which is like the children. And in New Jersey, there's 12. New York, there's 28. And then you have affiliations with all these other great organizations that people don't know about. Like in Union County is the UCEDC. They're great. They help you really with a lot of different services. And then at the same time, you have chambers of commerce, but a lot of people don't have money to spend to get started. So SBA.gov is your best bet because it's federal, and then the state is the state, and then you have all these agencies that come in. Then you come to someone like us at Bergen County at Ramapo College in New Jersey that hosts us. By the way, we have 3 interns from Ramapo College, and one is here now, Bensei. And they model off of us. He came to us as a client. I just want to say it for a minute because you know what? We're teachers also. We like to promote students and young people. And right now we're in Gen Z. We're heading for Gen Alpha, Gen Beta. That's scary. So we have to be ready to make sure they're ready. And Bensei started a business when he was in high school. Then he came to our office recently, and he's doing a sustainability business, agave straws from Mexico. At that age, who does that? Right, so talk to him. But thank you so much, folks. Really appreciate you sticking around. And like I said, this is a leadership meeting, a leadership mindset, and let's all connect the disconnect. Thank you very much. And thank you also to the beautiful and lovely, gorgeous Nina. From Cameroon, fashion designer. The outfit she's wearing, she designed.
Thank you very much. But yes, to Kat's point, there's so much investment in business in Africa. I designed this myself. The fabric is from Nigeria, and my tailor, he lives in Yaoundé, but he's from Senegal. So it's Pan-African. There's a lot to do in Africa. So again, thank you so much. I think they really talked about the fact that passion, connections, knowing the right people are in this room. And then in terms of resources, I know I'm going to talk to you more, Kat, about the MBE certification. I didn't know that was free. I'm a lawyer. I've been doing this for a while, and I didn't even know that there had resources like that. So definitely take advantage of that. And so I wanted to leave the floor open to questions. Did anybody have questions related to information? I see a hand up. So.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Alimata Koulibaly. I'm from Mali. I came very late and just for the last 2 hours when I found out about this thing. But I wanted to take advantage of it and make sure that I get as much networking as I can to follow up later. So basically for somebody like me, all I've known is office work, 9 to 5. NGOs and things. But even though I have my undergrad in international business and management, I went back to do international development work. Then later, I have my MBA in leadership. So after a while, I started looking for a job, and it was not coming as I wanted, so I decided to be an entrepreneur. So my mom told me that I was crazy to do so, but I found out that I needed to get return on investment because I spent a lot of money on my graduate school. So now I have 3 businesses and 1 NGO. I'm gonna be very busy. I found my passion. My passion now is about money. Because I'm not gonna lie, it's money. Not that I like money, but I want to do so many things. I know a 9 to 5 will not be able to get me into that. So I want to know if anybody can give me any advice for somebody new in the business, whether it's import, export, consulting business, brand creation, everything, so please, I'm open-minded for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll leave you guys to... Okay, so then is there anybody else who had questions? Okay.
Also, just a quick contribution. After the advice you gave about the barriers that the global entrepreneurs face, one important aspect is access to funding, and you mentioned that. Apart from capacity building that this networking event allow us to do, we have some invaluable resources that the U.S. government has put out there that we need to be aware of. So if you are new into business in the U.S. and you are in the diaspora and you are looking for funding, one of the best places to see right now when the Biden administration is on power is to go to Treasury, the Treasury Department website. Look for SBCI, approved jurisdiction. That's where the money is. That's where they put the money in the different states. So if you look for SSBCI, approved jurisdictions on the Treasury website, you know where the money is. Now, the second thing is the MBDA. The MBDA website, by July 1st this year, they are going to publish so many programs for small business and minority business in the U.S. Be on the lookout for it because they didn't bring it out yet. They're going to finance 46 different projects for small business in the U.S. under the Biden administration. It's not up yet, so look for that information on mbda.gov. By July 1st this year, this information will be there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who had any questions or remarks? Okay, so with that, I guess we want some feedback for somebody who's new in the game. What are your tips and tricks? And then anything about other resources, as our guest from Togo has talked about, government resources.
So I would just say that you should go to trade.usafricahub.com, apply to join our network, and from there, we can begin to serve you. You have to be part of the network first, then we can begin to follow up with you. Because if we are to give you advice, there's so many ways and directions, so many things to tell you. We don't have the space and the time to tell you so many things and not get you confused as well. I think the best thing is for you to stay connected, which I believe you are, and within the network, we can begin to refer resources. You see all these professionals that you see around, they're part of the network, and they're all professionals in different areas. So when you come in, we know where you are, what you need, then we know who to connect you with, who can serve you with their expertise. But I think you are doing great. You're serving people, and you also have a business. You give value to people. People pay you for your value. You keep learning, you keep researching, and you keep talking to people. And I think that's you just have to start from somewhere, which you have done already, and you keep working on what you have. What we have is not perfect, but we would keep working on it, keep getting feedback, and all of that. So I just want to thank you for asking that question. And so to everyone here, if you like to find out specific information, or you like to learn more, or there's something that hasn't been said today, we need you to join our network. If you haven't done that before, trade.usafricahub.com. And when you do that, you can meet with Ken if Ken is all you need. You can meet with Vince if Vince is what you need. You can meet with Bussy if Bussy is what you need. You can meet with so many people that you don't even know are in the room. So on that note, because of our time, I know you want us to stop. I just want to thank you and thank everyone for allowing us to speak. Thank you.
So again, thank you to our panel.
Can I just give one little shout out really quickly to Miss Karen Booker?
Oh no, definitely, yes. Where's Karen?
There she
here?
is. There she is.
Yay.
Now, I want to give a shout out to Miss Karen Booker because she helps a lot of minority businesses and she knows all about the grants. But she knows a lot more, but I really think that you should note her as well, and anybody else.
On top of being an invaluable resource for grants, we just want to thank her because I know she had a lot with planning the expo, so we just want to appreciate you. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you again for today's expo. Have a deal room as well. So as we discussed, we have businesses that might be ready to market, whether you're an exporter, you're an importer. If you want to have more information about the exact rooms, just reach out to Benga. But we're going to have Kat, we're going to have Vince, and we're going to have Ken available as resources if anybody has specific questions for them, and it'll be a separate breakout room. So just direct any questions as to how to get to the deal room, just reach out to Benga. And while that's going on, we're going to have our last panel for today. And now we're taking it directly to the continent, and the topic is Doing Business in Africa, Country Spotlight Series and Opportunities for the Diaspora. And we're meant to highlight major African regions to discuss opportunities in Africa and how the diaspora Africans can reconnect with Africa by leveraging its $1.7 trillion in spending power. So to represent Nigeria, we would like the representatives from WADI and the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So Madam Esther Michelia and Miss Victoria Akai, if you're available to please join us. Great. And then also we have a representative from the Liberia Business Association. And then last but not least, we have Ishmael Mansoure, CEO of Sandcorp Limited from Sierra Leone. So if we can please have Madam Esther Michelia, Ms. Victoria Akai, the representative from the Liberia Business Association, and then Ishmael, please join the stage. Sorry, and I was told none of the panelists wasn't here, but we actually do have him here. Wazwa Moses, Managing Director of Swift Mines to represent Liberia. Can you please join us? From Uganda, sorry about that. Okay, so one representative is joining us from Zoom. Can you please introduce yourself? Again, I know you are a representative from the Liberian Business Association.
Uganda. He's from Uganda.
One who's on Zoom from Liberia, and then there's one from Uganda. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you for the clarification. Benga had given me different notes. Okay, so we have the representative from Uganda, Wazwa Moses, on Zoom. So if you can kindly introduce yourself. Thank you for joining us virtually.
Hi. Yes, my name is Waso Moses, and I'm glad to be joining from Uganda. It's coming to almost 1 a.m. So, but I've been listening in, and it's really quite great conversation.
Thank you.
Some people are already doing business. Glad to be already working with Miss Karen Booker. And we've been in touch as well with Benga, and a lot is happening. Glad to be here.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you again for your dedication. And we'll make sure to hopefully soon have you go to sleep. Thank you again. We do not have a moderator for this session, so I will also be an moderator. Madam Esther, would you mind just giving us what are you most excited about for your region, and just advice in terms of connecting people from your country who are in the country and those who are in the diaspora? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the huge opportunities that we see is that with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, the Africa region is now being connected for free trade. And therefore, there's huge opportunity to enter Africa through any of the African countries. And a lot that we see evolving and emerging now is joint venture production in Africa, because there's a lot of raw materials in Africa that is yet undeveloped. And so if you want products to come to the US, or you want products that go to other African countries, I think the timing is right to go into joint venture production with African countries. And you can see from the array of products that we have that there are numerous producers who already have the licenses and who understand the demands, you know, the certification demands, the quality standards that are required, and most of them just lack the capacity, the tools and the equipment to produce to meet scale. So this is the time, and Africa is a huge market. We're talking of over 1 billion people. And so if you're able to strike a partnership for production on any product, because commodities, I mean, there are a wide array of commodities. And beyond that, we have consumables, we have industrial needs. And that's what we should actually be thinking about, that a lot of these materials are for industrial need. For instance, you have mushrooms that are coming up. One of our women's group actually already has a contract with some Irish company to start growing mushrooms and spices. And it's going straight to the global market. And so I think it's an opportunity, particularly for Africans in diaspora, for you to work with local partners to access these global markets and earn new income for yourself. And I think this is a breeding ground. This is where we're breeding all of that, and we look forward to partnering with you. We've got members and associates in almost all the African countries, and so we can help to broker our partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you, Ishmael. Before we go to Ishmael, I would like Mr. Moses to, again, the question is, what are you most excited about in terms of opportunities that can engage people within your country, and then also Ugandans in the diaspora? And we'd love to get a perspective from East Africa. That would be unique. Thank you.
I think it's really interesting to know that here in Africa, in Uganda, where I hail, East Africa, we have a lot of opportunities. I usually tell people that in developed countries like the US, if you have $100,000, it's probably insignificant in terms of investment. If you bring that $100,000 to Uganda or East Africa or Africa, whichever part of Africa, it's quite significant. Why? Because Africa is still hungry for development. We are hungry for investment. So here you find all sorts of challenges and problems to solve, and they're firsthand, and the people are willing. We are opening our arms and saying, guys, come back from the diaspora and let's do things, let's make this happen. And so we are excited.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And Ishmael, from your perspective, Sierra Leone or West Africa generally?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Ishmael from Sierra Leone. I work with the PPP, the Public-Private Partnership, and also work with the homegrown businesses in Sierra Leone and Liberia. Africa, we have an advantage because we have the youngest population. Africa full of opportunity. Basically, standardization is one of the key factors that, trying to disturb some of the product to infiltrate in the international market. So I'm trying to say here, the diaspora, we have to come, they have to go back home and see how they can able to support their countries. Because reason being, China was built by the Chinese. So Africans supposed to build by Africans. So if we're like, folding ants, waiting for the Western world or whatever to build Africa, Africa will never build. So I'm calling on all the diaspora to see how best they can get involved in terms of trade and investment opportunities in Africa. The infrastructure in Africa is like dragon feet, but with the diaspora, the expertise, the experience they have will help African businesses to fast track the opportunity Africa has to infiltrate in the international market.
Thank you so much. And as you said, it's really important. I think diaspora, we forget just how much we have a competitive advantage as it relates to doing business. As you said, there's people from China, from the US doing business. We need to really be reconnecting. So I think those are great examples. And I think one way of really tying in is telling your own personal story. I know the three of you on this panel have your own businesses or otherwise entities that you're representing. So if you can just give a little bit more about what you're representing personally in terms of your company or your organization, and how would you like the diaspora to better engage with your direct company or organization. So Mr. Moses, we'll start with you. You are the managing director at Swift Minds. So if you can just give us a little bit of background about what Swift Minds is and how the diaspora can engage. If they can, that'd be great.
Yeah, thank you very much. Swift Minds is a company that does a lot in human resource. We do capacity building for people, for companies. We also do direct recruitment here in Uganda and East Africa. And we intend to do that as well in the US, especially on the tech side. As we talk about import and export, I think most people think of only products. But I want you to know that East Africa alone, or Africa as a continent, we have almost 55% service. Okay, so you have an opportunity to also come here and render your services in the technology, in the NGO sector, in manufacturing. And one of the things that we really want to do is make sure that there's some kind of standardization, like Ishmael has just said. If we are going to do trade on the same level, then we need to do the capacity building of the people that we are doing business with here. For example, there's a certain standard of products that you want to import into the US. There's a certain standard of services that we want to be giving the people here and also extend, across the borders. So Swift Minds is basically doing that in terms of capacity building, but also in terms of providing those resources. Should you need to a company to provide those resources, to provide the highly qualified people to do the capacity building, but also, to collaborate on all those fronts, that is what we do.
Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause. As we've talked about, Africa is
Thank you.
1.3 billion people. It's the youngest continent, and that is a lot of excellent human minds for providing capital, for providing services. So definitely, I'm sure people would love to connect with you and learn more. So Madam Esther, would you tell us more about WADI and then just generally how the diaspora can further engage?
Thank you very much. At WADI, that's the Women Arise, what we do essentially is provide capacity building for different women's organizations. So we have a network of associates within Nigeria and across Africa. We provide digital training solutions to women, particularly women who have limited literacy levels, so that they can conduct business virtually. We know e-commerce is there. We're wanting to get all of these, their products. We prep them to ensure that their goods can get to the global market through using digital tools. We have a mobile application called the Kogo. It has a trading platform. It also has a savings platform so that women can actually put away money to be able to scale up their business. We work jointly with the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and we are already almost completing our business incubation center within the premises of the ACCI. And within that center, all we do is training. So we're waiting now to do virtual training, standardization, export procedures, and to just equip the next generation, because we know that the younger generation of Africa, particularly the female population, really do not have the kind of digital skills that they need. And therefore, that incubation center will be a walking space where people can navigate, they can learn the use of digital tools and technologies, and then we can provide them training on a regular basis on digital marketing, virtual reality, video production, so that when they need to update and market their goods, they're skilled and ready to do that. That's what we do. We have a partnership with a number of organizations, and we work with them to understand global standards, market needs, and to take them to the market. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for WADI. So similar to Swift Minds, we're utilizing the power of our people, of our women. And as Kat had mentioned, we're going into Gen Alpha, Gen Beta, so that need to really use that digitization is very important. So thank you. And Ishmael, please tell us more about Sandcorp or any other organization or initiative you would like to talk about.
Thank you very much. Sandcorp focuses on the homegrown businesses in Africa, Sierra Leone and Liberia, because most of these homegrown businesses, they don't have the opportunity to infiltrate in the international market. So what we do we create a platform to help these homegrown businesses, to access the international market, exposing their products, exposing their services into the international market. Because some of these products they have an organic product, which the international market is yearning to have or to consume, but they don't have the facility, they don't have the way to come with this product. So we, as a Sandcorp, the CEO, what we do we create a platform for them, help them to access the market, help them and guide them and see how best they can able, to sell their product into the international market, as well as helping them in terms of packaging, labeling, standardization. Because if you are talking about doing business, international business, there are criteria you're supposed to fulfill. Most of these people, they don't have that kind of education. So we educate them, the kind of products, the standardization, the packaging, the labeling they're supposed to have, so it can be a competitive market for their products. So that's what we do. So again, for the diaspora, the money they repatriate back home in Africa, they can also think out of the box how they can able to use that money in terms of trading, helping those farmers, helping businesses, and see how they can able to do trade with some of the money they repatriate back home. Although some people know that, they don't have reliable people back home to do business with. That's why we are here. We work with Benga, the US Africa. We have a couple of colleagues from different parts of Africa. You can contact us and see how we can guide you in terms of trading. Because we know for sure in Africa, most people are not reliable. Maybe you want to do business with, you started business with them, one or two reasons you get messed up. But I'm encouraging the diaspora, don't give up. Don't give up on our continent. Africa is a beautiful continent. We have to step up. We have to push and see how best we can able to help our continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I know for sake of time, Benga said we have to close out this panel. I had a question about what was a piece of advice for the diaspora. So Ishmael, I think you said it perfectly. Really making sure that we're engaged. We know the value of what we have in our continent because everybody else is realizing it and investing, right? We need to really be serious about that as well. So with that, I would like to thank Mr. Moses, Madam Esther, and Mr. Ishmael Mansoure. Thank you again for closing out our session and closing out day 2 of the USAfrica Business Expo. So again, a round of applause. Because of time, we're not going to go to questions, but thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Just before I go, I just wanted to say that, hey, we have people that you can trust. And so you can trust us with your money, you can trust us with your business, and we are here to do business with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you again for your time and dedication, and hopefully you get some well-deserved rest. Thank you. God bless. Thank you again. Okay. So again, thank you so much for joining the 2023 US-Africa Business Expo. That is the close of all the sessions again, so a round of applause for yourselves. Especially for those who were there for the 2 days. We really appreciate you, and we hope that you had an engaging time. We hope that you've made and established some connections, and really take the time to nurture them. Again, between the 2022 and 2023, in 6 months, we're already seeing a new retail incubator program, so we really see the benefit of this expo. So please make sure to nurture those connections. So I'm going to hand it over to the Executive Director for closing remarks.
Thank you, Nina. Can we please appreciate Nina? For 2 days. Thank you so much. You did very well. So before we close, I'd like to remind you to please go to the exhibit room. We would still like each and every one of you to go home with a souvenir. Go home with something as a way of supporting these businesses. Yes, go home with something as a way of supporting these businesses. So we would be calling on you to do that. I'd just like to recognize the African Commissioner for the City of Newark. He works in the office of the mayor. I think he's over there. Yes, Yes, he's over there. We just want to recognize him. And of course, I see the president of the Nigerian American Public Affairs Committee here, Dr. Nelson Aluya. We appreciate you as well. Thank you for coming. So we're grateful for these 2 days. It's been impactful, to say the least. We just want to recognize you, sir, for being here. And you can come. Please come. Don't be shy. We brought business to your city, right? We brought great people. And you represent the African continent here in the office of the mayor of Newark. We just want you to, in 30 seconds, say hello to the people.
Welcome to Newark, everybody. My name is Serge Demefak. I am an African commissioner at the city of Newark. I'm sorry our presence today is lukewarm, but we assure you, I just spoke with the leaders behind this project that we are going to be here and we are going to back him up. We are going to make sure that our community knows exactly what's happening with the US-Africa Trade and Business Network. It's something that I've learned a lot today myself, but I have a master's in business. I have a master's in business law, and I'm learning. So this is a place for everybody. And we want to make sure that next time the city of Newark is here to support you, because you are in Newark right here. And there's no reason why we shouldn't be here. So I apologize for that lukewarm presence here. But I'm here to represent our city and, most important, the African community of the city of Newark. Thank you.
Adopted brother here as well. He's been with us for 2 days, and we'd like you to please come and speak to what you do with Moringa. I mean, I know you can wrap it up in 1 minute, and I know you don't even want to talk, but I want to make you to speak. Can you please help me appreciate him as he comes? Because he represents what we ought to be as African here. And so thank you, sir.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. This gathering has been a blessing. I promise you, I'm involved with about maybe 5 to 6 organizations that are African-based, and I'm going to make sure they're aware of what we're doing here. Would you guys believe that I didn't know anything about this? Somebody in Nigeria told me about this 4 days ago. And what I've found out, and the knowledge and the whole package is full of information that nobody, I don't care if it's black or white, African should be missing out on. Because, like somebody said, the next frontier is in Africa. I am personally going to be investing in something called lithium. Lithium is where the next energy is going to be in for all our electric cars. Tesla is messing with them in Nigeria, trying to capture it all, but they're not going to let them. But Nigeria is not the only one that has lithium. That means if you have a few dollars, find the companies that are investing in lithium, put your penny stocks in it, and before you know it, you'll have something in your pocket without even going to Africa. But he told me to tell you why I'm here. Moringa is a plant that we grew up on in Nigeria. I don't know, most of us from Nigeria, they will give us what we call, in Yoruba, we call it agbo. In some other languages, they are herbs that the family will give us just to strengthen you and build your immune system. And we drank it, not liking it because they never tasted good. But when I was growing up and bringing it back from Nigeria, I decided to make it into tea, and I will spice it with ginger, fruits, and so on and so forth. That's how I started looking into it, and it became a business because a friend took it from me that had a store and said, listen, I gave this to a customer and he wanted more. So we started a line of tea of Moringa, mixing it with strawberry, cinnamon, mango, and so on and so forth. It was growing. Everybody wanted it. And then summertime came and tea was hot for everybody. A friend of mine has been doing ginger for 20 years. We got together. We came out with some formulas. We started drinks. That's where we are today. And I can tell you, Walmart.com has been selling for us. Amazon has been selling for us. And we are in about 50 stores between New York and Pennsylvania. So I probably said all this to tell my sister over there, don't despise the days of small beginnings. Start small and then watch it grow. I thank you guys for the opportunity. I personally gonna make sure I'm tied to him, because more Africans have to see the potential in us to be able to do everything that we've spoken about here today. And it's gonna take us, on my next time he has this, I'm planning to bring more than just myself, so more people can know about it. If it's nothing, I'm gonna do it for my kids. Just they can see the potential in where we came from. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I'd like to also bring up another mentor of ours. He was a former professor, and now he's a businessman. So I'd like you to help me welcome Dr. Albert Ayeni. He's a consultant, and he owns the ethnic crop specialist. I'd like for him to speak to that because it's very relevant to the things we're doing today, sir. Please welcome Dr. Ayeni. Thank you, sir. And then we would go to the exhibit room.
First of all, before I say anything, I just want us to put our hands together for Benga. Please. I didn't know that I would be here because I was thinking this program was for next week. I got the information. I got the information on was it Thursday evening. So I was looking through. I said, wow, we have a lot of good people that are going to be speaking here. I didn't check the date. I didn't know it was going to be 10th and 11th of February. So my wife asked me, I told my wife that it is a good program that I'm going to be part of. And she said, when is it going to take place? I said, and I went back to that, to the text. It said 10 and 11. 10 and 11? I was thinking of next week. 10 and 11 is this weekend. So my program has been so tight. So I said, okay, I have to be here. I couldn't be here yesterday. I missed so many good discussions, unfortunately. So I had to find a way of coming here today to listen to the discussion. I believe I'm one of the most blessed people to be part of this discussion, even though I met just a fraction of it. I was at Rutgers until July 2021. I was there for 25 years as a professor, as director, as name it, different kinds of positions there. And I directed the international programs for about 7 years in that at Rutgers. And one of the most significant issues that I was addressing at Rutgers was, how do we get young people interested in agriculture? We had a collaboration with, I believe I established connection with about 14 universities in Africa, in 11 countries. And the biggest challenge we had, which I'm hoping some of us here can speak to, is the fact that of some of the important segments of the society simply don't see what we saw then. They didn't see it. We tried to establish collaboration to advance agriculture. Of the 14 universities that we established collaboration with, only one of them, only one, I'm not going to name names, only one was able to establish a cross fertilization of ideas, sending students back and forth between us and them. So my commitment has been that the future development of agriculture, of Africa, must be focused on development of agriculture. Agriculture is so key to the development of that continent. More recently, mineral resources are becoming also very, very important to the section. So developing business between Africa and the United States has been part of my interest for a very, very long time. And it's so good that I could be here to share this beautiful moment, presentations, interactions, and suggestions that many people have given. One thing that I want to ask some of us who are from Africa, who came from Africa for this occasion is, how are we going to get the political system to be tuned towards supporting young people to tackle the main economic power of Africa? The number one economic power for now until before we get to the point of developing the mineral resources, agriculture is the lowest hanging fruit for us going forward. And I believe that if we are able to tackle that through this kind of summit that we are having here, how can we encourage the young people? Our young ones don't want to go into agriculture because it is too laborious. Everything is handled manually and so rigorous. They are not interested. But if we go through the route of promoting trade, those who cannot do the farm work, they can go back there to the interior and bring in the products and become engaged in trade. There are so many psychedelic, I would say sexy aspects of trade that is going to encourage the young people to come into agriculture. So what Benga and the team are doing here today is helping us to get the young ones to see some of these aspects of agriculture that could actually help us fast-track our development in the continent. Many people have spoken to the fact that Africa is very, very fortunate. We have the youngest population. And in another, by 2050, we understand that our population is going to be about 2 billion. 2 billion people, the youngest population that we have in the world. In terms of natural resources, the richest continent in the world. I'm very, very optimistic about the future of Africa. Very, very optimistic. Let us keep doing what we are doing. Let us keep encouraging, regardless of some of the challenges we have with the political systems everywhere. But let the young minds continue to drive what they have in their mind as the way to move forward. We are going to break through at some point that instead of countries in Africa coming to the U.S. and other Western countries with cap in hand, begging for one thing or the other, they should be coming to us at some point. They should be coming to us because we have the resources. We have the natural resources. We have the human resources, young population. When you have a combination of those two things, you are. So I'm optimistic. We are going to make progress. Let us keep working at this. US-Africa Summit is a big, 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 big thing. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Ayeni. So I'd like to, thank you, sir. Again, it's important that we go into that room and make sure we get something as a souvenir before we leave. But I'd like to invite Mr. Paulo da Silva Castello. Is the president and owner of Precise, Accurate, Reliable organization. I'd like for him to come because he's one of our exhibitors today, and it's important that we recognize him. So can we have Mr. Paulo? Oh, you're here. Please tell us about your business. We're grateful for you reaching out to us, and you chose to be an exhibitor you know, so that means a lot to us. And so we want people to know what you do. Sure. Thank you.
Well, everyone, thank you for making the time to hear me speak. Just a little bit about me. Born and raised in Philadelphia, but I've been to Newark so many times because, as you can tell, my name is Portuguese, so my family's from Angola. So with that being said, I wanted to kind of like give back to my community. So that's kind of why I started a company which I call Par Automation, and it specializes in biodegradable degreasers. So basically, you throw it in the water, no issues for the fish or anything, or the species down there. So with that, it turned into other things. We developed solutions, because when I heard about agriculture and farming, I was like, oh wow, we're doing stuff like this already. As far as a biodegradable insect repellent and like issues to prevent spoilage as well. So tons of solutions for other enterprises as well, for whether it be in oil and gas, particularly cleaning the platforms, things of that nature, and just excited to network with the diaspora. And as part of my investment, I'm going to Angola actually in November to look for a manufacturing site. So we got a presence already in Tanzania as well, in India. So we're just growing exponentially and trying to get the word out there. So thank you.
Thank you. So if you like to connect with your company, I'm sure you've been speaking with people, and hopefully we'll see you in Nigeria and in Ghana, in Liberia, Sierra Leone, and all these places someday soon. Yes. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you. So as we wrap up, I'd like to once again recognize everyone who has made this possible. People kept calling my name, but like they said, people like Karen, you see seated over there and just quiet and all that. It's not me. The people here that I can't even begin to mention their names. So I'm grateful to all of you who has made this possible. It's our network, it's our vision, it's our dream. It's not my dream, it's all of our dream, and I'm glad that we made it happen by the grace of God. So we've had a successful 2 days. It's been awesome. So I'd like to quickly appreciate all the panelists and the speakers. First off, I'd like to thank Dorothy Davis, who came all the way. I mean, you came all the way. Can you help me appreciate Dorothy, please? Thank you so much. Thank you. She flew in and she's been with us for 2 nights already. Today's going to be third, if I'm correct. Thank you. We also have Madam Esther Michelia, all the way from Nigeria. Thank you so much. She just finished a session in Geneva, where she's an ambassador for CEDAW at the United Nations, and she came here. So these people are making sacrifice, and we're grateful. Also, we're thankful to Madam Victoria Akai, the Director General of Abuja Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Oh, I see Tinuke there. Tinuke too is from Abuja Chambers of Commerce. She worked closely with Madam Akai. Thank you so much. We have Gwendolyn, she left. Mr. Halvin Hartley, you wouldn't believe this. He left his exhibit booth and he's walking out there. So these are the people that I'm talking about. So it's not me, the people doing the work. He's right in the front office because our event coordinator didn't make it last minute, 2 days in a row. She didn't come and know. So we have people stepping up there to do the job. So let me appreciate Mr. Halvin Hartley. You know, he did a great job. Of course, Karen, I've already mentioned Karen. I'm going down the list. Of course, Mr. Ken M. Beer, the custom broker and international trade lawyer. That's the MVP. The MVP right there. Thank you so much, Mr. Ken. Okay, myself as well. Thank me. I see myself on the list. Mr. Tokumbo Adeluba. Maybe he's outside. Appreciate you. Oh, Nicole Sharp. Nicole, thank you. And Dion Davis as well. Thank you so much. We also have Bussy. Where is she at? I think she's over there, right? She's there. Can you appreciate Bussy Masiko Randen? She's the ED for Africa Future Summit. They just had a great event sponsored by Forbes, right, last week. And while she was doing all of that, she still came here to support us. Of course, Mayor Wayne, he left. He just left. He was there all day. He just left about an hour ago. Thank you. Let's appreciate him. We sent him the video. We're grateful to the State Senator Gordon, who was here earlier to flag off the incubation. Let's appreciate him as well. And of course, the Regional Director for the SBDC, Small Business Development Corporation, at Ramapo College, Mr. Vince Vicario, that's him right there. Himself and Kath, we work closely together. Kathleen Cronin, who is our cultural director for communications. We work together on the incubation, and so thank you, Kat, thank you, Vince, for the great work that you do. We are grateful. Come on, let me clap for them one more time. That's how we do it. I hope, and our intern as well, thank you for being with us. Thank you, my brother. So I'm not going to be able to begin to mention all their names, but I just want to say we are grateful. We're grateful. We're grateful. It's been an awesome journey. Lest I forget, I'd like to remind us that the deal room, we have a group of people here who had committed their resources and time, and they're committed to making your dream a reality. So like we announced before, if you have any project that require funding, that require legal support, or that require consultation at any level, one of my mentors here, Mr. Fritz McClemont, he's over there. He's ready with his team, and so we're waiting for you to tell us. If you have a project, let me know that needs funding, that needs support at different level, or you have opportunity as well. Like our last speaker said, he would like to expand into Africa. So if you have any project or any opportunity like you like to discuss, they're here to work with you. Just let me know. And of course, Mr. McClemont was one of our panelists as well. Can you please let me appreciate him for the great job that he did. And we also have Mr. Ralph Charles, who is still here as well. Can you appreciate him as well? Ralph, where are you? Oh, he's on the other side. Okay. Rotimi has left. Who else? I think that's pretty much everyone. Yeah, I think that's about it. Okay, I think we covered everyone. Can we please give a round of applause one more time? Please don't be tired. Thank you. And all the country representatives that spoke on behalf of their country, from Kenya, from Nigeria, from Sierra Leone, we appreciate you all. Thank you so much. My brother who flew all the way from Sierra Leone, he first went to, where did you go again? You went to Turkey, and from Turkey you came here. Thank you for coming, and thank you for representing your country of Sierra Leone. We appreciate you. So on that note, I want to thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for being part of the vision. Thank you for making it a success. We look forward to seeing you in September. Typically, our event is in September during the UN General Assembly. We've had 4 editions already. So this is the 5th one, but we're doing this to honor our women, being an International Women's Week. But we're going to be in New York in September. So keep following our page. We are USAfrica Hub on all the platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn, US Africa Hub. Please follow us so you can be kept updated on every activity as well. So we just want to thank you. So we'll see you next year. Thank you. Let's clap for ourselves as we go over that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. God bless. Oh, before I forget, thank you to Lakon. Lakon, thank you. You did a great job. For 2 days, it's been awesome. You gave us sound, music, video, everything. Great, great teamwork. Thank you. Please, let's come over here and let's, Dr. Aluya. Thank you, sir. Oh, we had a blast. 2 days.
Be dramatic with my microphone. Thank you. These are cute. Let me just take a couple more and then that's it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Thank you. I'm sure they're perfect. Thank you so much.